Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Morning, everybody. Morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Tell me something. Did you see, there's a program on CVM television, Direct. There's a lady who would call it Direct. Did you see Direct last night? If you didn't, you missed something. Who was the guest on the program? Do you remember a man called Renito di Cordova Valentino Adams? Well, he was there. And I tell you something, he did not mince words. He was being interviewed about the Wilmot case. A most extraordinary interview, I thought, because, you know, in the Jamaica in which I grew up, I don't know. I mean, we didn't have things like television in those days. But the idea of a policeman, or better yet, a police officer, coming out and making the criticisms that I heard being made last night. I mean, it's one thing for us on a program like this, or for people in the newspapers or people on the street, to be critical of Mark Shields and of the way in which the police handled this investigation. For another police officer to come out and be as openly critical as was Renito di Cordova Valentino, of another police critical of another police officer, as was he last night. I think it's extraordinary. I don't see how the police force can properly function with this kind of division in its ranks. Sorry about that. Mr. Adams, was of the view that the handling of this investigation the Wilmot investigation was disgraceful and an embarrassment to the government and the country. And here is the remarkable thing. He said that had he been in Mr. Shields' position and had so handled a matter, that he would resign. He, Renito di Cordova, would resign. And he thought Mr. Shields an intelligent and an honest man. Not 100%. And he expected him to resign. And if he did not resign, there were other things that he expected to happen. I find this extraordinary. particularly interesting, the part about him resigning. That one wondered what happened after that episode in Tivoli. Why he didn't resign then? Why he didn't resign after Britain and after Crawl? But that's how things are. Let me tell you something, you see. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy has descended upon us in this country. How long have I been telling you that? I hate to say I told you so, I don't really like it. But it seems I find it difficult to avoid at this point. How long have I been telling you that things in this country have been falling apart? And it's becoming more and more obvious that is what is happening. Not only is the rate of crime stupendous and absolutely frightening, the deterioration in public facilities, the condition of the economy, the level of debt that this country has incurred, with it seems no idea as to how that debt is going ultimately to be discharged. What is happening in institutions like businesses, whatever you call them, like Air Jamaica, Sandals White House, the scandals that are coming out of government, Traffic Bureau, whatever. And now we see children murdering children. That episode that happened in the Brayton Primary School, yesterday, was it? Absolutely horrifying. And the tragedy does not alone reside in the death of that 13-year-old boy, 14-year-old, whatever. That is tragic enough. But as great a tragedy lies in that other 14-year-old boy who wielded a knife, stabbing his fellow student in the abdomen some 7 times, killing him. And this was not the first time that he was doing something. Well, I suppose that this is the peak that he has now reached. But I gather that there were 2 other incidents, and that he was a known problem child. And this was allowed to continue until it reached this end. Something is horribly wrong in this society. And one gets the impression that the people in charge have no idea. And, they're behaving, there is no such thing as honor in the country. No sense on their part that they are there to serve the people of Jamaica And if they cannot serve, they get out of the way and give the opportunity to somebody else. No, they are seeking power. They want a fifth term. They want a fifth term, and what are they going to do with it? What indication have they given to the country that they have any idea what to do with it? There's a story in the papers this morning. 1,000 new guns are coming in to be added to the police armory within the next few days. And what good is this going to do? We've been adding in the last 10, 15, 18 years. How many more guns have been added to the police armory? It would be interesting to know. How many bulletproof vests? And what has been the effect of all of this? Has it improved the crime situation? Huh? Murder continues to soar. The police have more guns, shooting more people. But at the same time, we are... Okay, sorry for that break. That was, I think, the Public Service Company. Sorry about that. Okay, we're going to take a break now? Yes, we take a break. We come back shortly.
Industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for...
We take a break. We come back shortly.
Industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is 10:15.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies, Fort Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville. New 4-Way Pharmacy Drug Surrender Medical Center, Shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz, and Versan Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Vest is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Here's an important message from Worldwide Immigration Consultancy Services. If you're a skilled or unskilled worker and interested in migrating or obtaining a work permit for Canada, attend one of our 3 upcoming seminars to learn how. Saturday, June 9th, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Holiday Inn Sunsbury Resort in Montego Bay. Sunday, June 10th, 10 a.m. to noon in the Knutsford Court Hotel in Kingston. And from 3 to 5 p.m. at Ruins at the Falls in Ocho Rios. Call Worldwide Immigration at 960-8350 for more details.
The following is a paid announcement by G2K.
After struggling to find some money to pay for medical tests, a man has died after being transferred to the KPH where they could not find him a bed.
But 40,000 have to come up front before they can do no scam or anything. So I'm there to see him put down. Then I start look after him. Yep.
Man can't up on his deathbed. I have to take him to the hospital and him have to take $40,000 before you move the man for saving life. That rubbish man, Jamaica come.
Arrangements were made for the man to be transferred to the Kingston Public Hospital.
Unfortunately, there was no bed, and the patient's condition deteriorated quite rapidly.
Imagine the man dead because they couldn't find him a bed. Boy, this your government, your pop down health care. A so PNP make poor people have to suffer. A time for a change.
The proceeding was a paid announcement by G2K.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Incidentally, I forgot to tell you, if you didn't see that program last night, that Mr. Adams is saying he's objecting to the names of some of our parish, said that they were named after criminals. St. Elizabeth, St. Andrews, and he thinks that we should have our parishes named after our own. St. Michael, St. Norman, St. Bustamante, St. Siaga, St. Pattison. And of course, need I remind you that the problem with Mr. Shields is that he testified in the Kroll case. He did some investigation there and testified. And had some strong words for Renita Di Cordova Valentino. Anyway, I see St. Pattison has come out in strong support of the Beauty Queen, who I gather it's now, I heard on the news on one radio program this morning that it had been decided. The matter is now determined. She is going to be running in that constituency, right? I think Mama P is laying down the law there. Said Mama. Oh boy, at least though, this country, things are horrible, but it supplies us with laughter. That's what we're getting. That's the benefit that we're getting from all of this. We can laugh at it and therefore preserve our sanity. Right? And And we have cartoonists who are helping us to that end, to the preservation of our sanity. The two cartoonists, one in the Gleaner, one in the Observer. I think that is some of the best material that is published in those papers. I rather like the one, the one the other day in the Observer, was it? You're not on the video light. The what? The light from me or whatever. Anyway, let's go to our telephones. Hear what you have to say. Hello?
Mr. P, how you do?
Hi, not too bad. How are you?
Not too bad.
Uh-huh.
I see St. Patisners come out.
Yes.
Yes, come out.
Oh, yes, man.
Now look.
Blazing support.
Blazing support. That is the man that St. Keith Desmond Knight says he's not coming to the Public Accounts Committee. Learn that.
Yes.
He surfaced now. He could not come to the Public Accounts Committee to tell us about that written report.
Yes.
Learn that. Now you surface now. Yes, your life is unfair.
Well.
After that kerfuffle that we had at the Public Accounts Committee, this is what we have now. And another thing, the man who has cost us more money in any business, not in any, apart from the finance minister, Mr. Philip Falwell, he is saying that we are selling and how much he values or they value the place at Petrojam.
Yes.
Now, he could not come out and tell me that he met Trafigura people. He met the Trafigura people. And where is the allowance that Nigeria is giving us? Where that has gone to?
Well,
where that has gone to? What he said.
Nobody seems to be willing to answer that question. But on the other hand, I really don't hear the opposition pressing that issue, you know.
Look,
I mean, they've been talking about Trafigura and the Trafigura money.
Yes.
But it seems to me that the real question is,
yes,
where is that $5 per barrel going?
6 cents we are getting.
How are we? No, we're getting 12 cents.
12 cents.
12 cents per barrel. When the concession that Nigeria is giving us is $5.
Matter not
right?
cleared up. Matter is not cleared up.
Insofar as the economics of it is concerned.
Yes.
There are companies buying crude from Nigeria, including Trafigura, at the market price, selling it on the world market, and making huge profits out of it.
And making profit out of it. But we can't manage the oil. Our Petrogram does not handle the oil. It's that crude is too heavy for us.
We can't take that crude.
But what we are doing, we have created something for some middlemen to rip us off. And
I tell you something, sir. The other question that I would like to have answered is whether that money, that Trafigura money that was given to the People's National Party,
yes, sir,
whether that was the first such gift that was made. Remember, we found out about that because somebody passed information, apparently. Some little bird or some person put a slip of paper on Mr. Bruce Golding's door.
Of course.
Right?
Of course.
Now, was that the only such payment that was made to the People's National Party?
Why we are kept in the dark?
Or to persons in the People's National Party?
Look, Omar say he can't take 2.7 million at every signing. But is it that 2.7 million are a bunch of jackasses? Are we a bunch of jackasses?
Well,
I don't understand that one, and that matter will never rest.
And we also need to hear something.
Yes.
About the subject of that meeting that took place at Jamaica House between the Prime Minister and two representatives of Trafigura. Nobody else at the meeting, only the three of them.
I was worried for the safety of the Prime Minister.
Well, I don't know.
These two persons on their own with the Prime Minister.
Well.
It is very strange.
We need some information.
Yes. Our young people, make us get onto that quickly.
Uh-huh.
What is happening to our young people? I sympathize with the family who has lost a son, and I want you to clear up this for me. What is a place of safety in Jamaica?
Well,
that will replace, you replace in a place of safety. Because all I gather, if you send him to Stone Hill up at that place, or wherever you send him, is only to practice for gimmick and stunts and lies to come out the worst, man. I don't understand why you talk about place of safety. What is this place of safety?
Well,
look, I listened yesterday.
Things fall apart. The center is not holding.
Mr. P., I went to Rallington Penn School when it was Rallington Penn, down St. James Road. My father went to school and he gave 5 leather belts. 5 leather belts to 5 teachers there. And he said, beat any one of my children, anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere, beat them, flog them. Because your teacher will not flog them for doing nothing. They must be doing something. Somebody is tampering with a
Well, I tell you something, sir. I got my share of the cane when I was in school. Right?
I got my share, and I ran out to the school. I'm going down St. James Road to look at a fire hydrant across from the school gate where I ran out to the school.
Yes.
My teacher headmaster was a man named H. Anglin Jones. He was an old Myconian. And he grabbed after me one morning and grabbed after the cane out of my teacher because I had the girl to tell her whatever in my head already, she cannot take it out back. That's what I said, which was very rude.
Yes.
And
Hold on just a moment for me.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us, and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. Today, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions. In our 3-day outlook, Friday will be mainly sunny. On Saturday, look for partly cloudy conditions during the afternoon. And on Sunday, expect scattered showers with isolated afternoon thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
Due to a shortfall in generating capacity, some JPS customers in blocks D, A, and C may experience a disruption in service today, Thursday, June 7, between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. The parishes affected are Kingston and St. Andrew, Trelawney, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Mary, and St. Anne. JPS apologizes for any inconvenience caused and that the company is working to restore supply in the shortest possible time. For more information, please contact the Customer Care Center at 1-888-225-5577.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Banks Limited, Southfield Square, St. Elizabeth, for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, More Parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Hi, I'm Dr. Freddie Clark. Did you know that a heart attack is the #1 cause of unexpected sudden death in Jamaica? You can stop a heart attack before it happens by obtaining a CT coronary angiogram. This sophisticated, client-friendly, and quick X-ray test detects diseased arteries of the heart. These can generally be treated and a heart attack avoided. The 64-slice CT scanner is today's ideal technology for this test. Call us at X-Ray and Diagnostic Ultrasound Consultants Limited. This test could save your life.
The following is a paid announcement by G2K.
After struggling to find some money to pay for medical tests, a man has died after being transferred to the KPH where they could not find him a bed.
But 40,000 have to come up front before they can do no scam or anything. So I'm there to see him put down. Then I start look after him.
Man can't up on his deathbed. I have to take him to the hospital and him have to take $40,000 before you move the man for saving life. That rubbish, man. Jamaica come.
Arrangements were made for the man to be transferred to the Kingston Public Hospital.
Unfortunately, there was no bed, and the patient's condition deteriorated quite rapidly.
Imagine the man dead because they couldn't find him a bed. Boy, this your government, your pop down health care. As so PNP make poor people have to suffer. A time for a change.
The proceeding was a paid announcement by G2K.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back.
Yes, Mr. P.
Uh-huh.
Like I said, I was one of the most mischievous boys going to that school. I call nickname, I do all kind of things. And the only murder that I was worried about is that when my father gets the information, he would murder me. That's the only murder I was worried about, you know.
Murder you with the leather belt?
Yes, or the Tambron switch.
Yes.
Tambron tree grow inside the line between 15 and 17 Marion Avenue. And you would cut them down. Now I know those weren't whip. They were branches. Because you couldn't hit a child with one of them now.
Uh-huh.
If you hit a child with one of them now, it would be trouble. You understand?
Yeah.
And I had to obey rules. But I was good at calling nickname, you know. I called everybody nickname around.
Yes.
I call down Bun Crossroad, Bagawaya, Madam Mushet, when I became a bigger boy.
Yes.
I called the most nickname that I could. And laugh and depend on my feet.
Yeah.
Run left it. But what is happening to our schools now and the children? It passeth all understanding. We got to get to grips with it.
Yes, sir. We.
Tell me about place of safety.
And we're not going to get to grips with the problems of this country by bringing in more guns for the police, you know.
Certainly not. Certainly not.
That is not going to help.
I could hear murmurs from the special constable them because I don't know how much them going to get.
Yes.
They want plenty guns, so you're going to bring in 1,000. How much you going to give them? You're going to bring in more car. How much car you going to get a special constable?
Oh, talking about car.
Yes.
I heard an item on the news. Was it yesterday evening? Mr. Paulwell. Yes, this was yesterday evening. On the 6 p.m. news on Power 106.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Paulwell.
Yes.
Telling Parliament that Jamaica's energy consumption is running the highest, is among the highest in the hemisphere.
Yes, yes.
Right?
And he gave us a story about 11.
Yes.
11 wells.
No, this is after after the bringing all the second-hand cars.
Yes.
From Japan and elsewhere.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And boasting about more man of car.
Yes, sir.
More man of car, more man use more gas. Right?
That's right.
And with the price of fuel going up, we are in one hell of a position. It is going to have a serious impact upon our balance of payments.
Of course.
Right?
A week before election, it's called, you hear that refined oil.
Yes.
You'll hear that refined oil. And it's in commercial quantity. You bet.
Well, you remember that we found gold, didn't we?
Yes, we found gold.
Uh-huh. And we're actually mining and shipping gold out of the country.
Right.
Right?
Of course.
And then all of a sudden, I don't know whether the mines were exhausted.
Yesterday in Parliament, the sectoral debate.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Samira get up and say we haven't got a quorum.
Uh-huh.
Because the quorum is 16 and we have 15 here.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. And of course, you know who was in the big chair?
Who?
Mr. Simmet. Oh, sorry. O.T. Williams, Deputy Speaker.
Oh, Mr. Simmet was acting Speaker.
He was in the chair. This thing has become a fiasco.
Mr. Simmet. So what did Mr. Simmet do?
He sent the marshal at arms to go out and call in 2 people. Well, 2 was loafing about in the place and they came in and we had a quorum.
Yes.
So if not, we'd have to suspend the meeting. Oh, this thing is really a charade. It's really a charade.
Well.
We have reduced this thing to a parliament of fun.
Uh-huh.
You understand? All right, let me leave you now.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
And how are you today, sir?
Not too bad. How are you?
Well, all right, you know. Kicking and boring, you know.
Eh, what?
Kicking and boring because I'm top of things.
I see what you mean.
You're the top of things.
You're the top of things?
Yeah, because we have life, so we have to listen,
yes,
think and learn. Because if we don't listen...
And laugh.
Sir. I have a few things here for you, you see. But
so you love Mother P, I'm sure.
Me, sir?
Yes.
Me love Mother P?
Mama P.
No.
You don't love Mama P?
No.
Why?
Oh
my gosh.
Sir P.
Eh?
I can ask you a question, you see?
Uh-huh.
I have it written before me, you know. Mr. Perkins and Radio Talk Show for the past years now. You live at 102 now. and go to our next station, love any station. You go and start life all over again, you just go and start on a talk show.
Well, if you start life all over again, or you just do, or you do.
Or you just continue the talk show.
I have continued.
Okay, now somebody is there for 18 years, and yet still we can't find the road. We have to go campaigning, we have to fight, we have to throw, we have to curse. That means something wrong down the line.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Something seriously wrong down the line. I believe on Monday he was talking to this lawyer. What is his name again, sir? From the bar. Some lawyer.
You mean the president of the Bar Association?
What's his name again?
Mr. Leiber?
No, a next lawyer. Who was telling you about the appointment of the Chief Justice.
Was it Mr. Phipps?
No. But what he was saying, you see?
Oh, Mr. Wang Shen, was it?
Some Chinese name.
Yes.
Some Chinese name, Mr. Perkins.
David Wang Chen.
David Wang Chen, Mr. Perkins.
Wang Ken.
Wang King. When I listen to these things, Mr. Perkins, I don't go to big schools, but it educates me a lot and I learn more. If we continue to drive this type of way, if we continue to drive our vehicle this type of way, we'll be going nowhere, Mr.
No,
Perkins.
you're absolutely right.
Nowhere we are heading for, sir. Nowhere.
No.
When you listen to these lawyers speak, Mr. Perkins, you know what hurt me, sir? You know what hurt me most of all? The House of Representatives. The PNP have more lawyer on it more than the GLP. Believe?
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Perkins, there's still wrongdoing on the ruling party side.
There is what?
There's still wrongdoing. And which lawyer come up and say, I'd rather to leave this because I'm not acquainted with these things. Which one of these lawyers, these bright QC, most honorable, which one of them will come up and say, I am not acquainted with these things, I cannot stay here and stick by these things, Mr. Perkins? Which one of them?
Well, there have been some that have raised contention, sir. Mr. Wang Ken himself is now a member, he's now the chairman of Jamaicans for Justice. Right? There are others who, Mr. Phipps is a member, is a chairman of the president of the Farkas Institute.
Well, listening to Mr. Phipps all the time as you speak, I can understand Mr. Phipps. Yeah. But tell me which one of them, Mr. Perkins, get up and say, no, enough is enough and I can't take it anymore. Which one of them?
But are they in a position to do that? Hold on just a moment for me.
Barco Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality household products. Products such as Super Bright Ceramic Cleaner, Super Pine Disinfectant, and Chlorite Bleach can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is
10:45. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Celebrate a new you. You could drop a jean size or two for summer. For the month of June only, for every 2 wraps purchased, you will get 1 free. Feel and look wonderful. Suddenly Slender Body Wraps. Get a butt, hip, thigh, and tummy makeover. No surgery. Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston. 920-1139 or 997-1909. Now for today's weather brief. There's a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. Today, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions. In our 3-day outlook, Friday will be mainly sunny. On Saturday, look for partly cloudy conditions during the afternoon. And on Sunday, expect scattered showers with isolated afternoon thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Due to a shortfall in generating capacity, some JPS customers in blocks D, A, and C may experience a disruption in service today, Thursday, June 7, between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. The parishes affected are Kingston and St. Andrew, Trelawney, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Mary, and St. Anne. JPS apologizes for any inconvenience caused and advises that the company is working to restore supply in the shortest possible time. For more information, please contact the Customer Care Center at 1-888-225.
Are you an entrepreneur? Do you need that push or that head start to start your business right? Look no further. Self-Start Fund is the place that will give you that push, that head start you need. Also offering loans to existing small business. You are guaranteed maximum customer satisfaction and quality service. Self-Start Fund, 10A Parkinson Plaza, 929-8441. That's 929-8441.
Tasty, the original taste, taste. Everybody come here. The original taste we love. Most famous, most favorite, most water radio. That's the taste of tasty. Jamaica loves tasty. Tasty loves Jamaica. Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked. The original taste we love. Tasty, the original taste. Savor the flavor, freshly baked. Tasty, the original taste, tasty.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello? Hello? No, he's gone. Okay, next one. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning, Mom.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins. How are you doing? Not bad.
Good.
I've been trying to get you for such a long time.
You have done it.
This is the first time on your program.
Is that so?
Yes.
Well, I'm happy to have you.
All right.
I'm sorry that we didn't have you before.
Well, it's never too late for a shower rain.
Nor for the sun to shine.
Okay. All right. What I really want to talk about is about the Ministry of Education.
Yes.
This is something that personally happened to me.
Uh-huh.
I personally applied for that program, qualified, got through, and we went through all the process and everything was okay. I don't know
When you say applied for it, what do you mean?
No, in terms of, the qualifications, in terms of the subjects and if you have any degree and experience,
Uh-huh.
we did it through the HEART program.
Yes.
Okay. What happened? I think it was 120 of us applied. We were the first set of people who would be going in for the first year. It would start on March because the program was supposed to start on March, right?
Uh-huh.
But I don't know if it's because the money in terms of they were dealing with the World Cup, coming on and stuff like that. They push we back. We, the beginners, push we back. And I think the first year people who were supposed to go on to the second year, so while we were coming into the first year, they said that no, push we aside and continue with the second year group. And I find it quite amazing because I'm saying to myself, say, why would you, if you're going to push back a group, why wouldn't you push back the second group and let we, the first group, go in and do at least 1 year program? You know, since we're already qualified and all the documents were, all in place. So the other day when I heard the news that they were advertising this sort of early childhood teaching program is coming on so well and everything, I said to myself, these people really is so amazing because they are talking about the early education and they need the young people them to get all the necessary grooming and all the necessary qualified people. But yet they're still not working with people who really have the qualification.
Oh.
So I don't know if anybody from Minister of Education is listening. Maybe they could call in and maybe explain, why they did that.
All right. We'll see whether we can get in touch with them.
Okay.
All right.
And another thing, Mr. Perkins, I heard Mr. Golden was talking about the green paper.
Yes.
On Tuesday.
On the Constitution.
Right, about the constitutional reform.
Or constitutional reform, yes.
What happened is, I think Mr. Golden did a very good job because quite a few people didn't even understand what was the green paper about. And in terms of the clarity, like the little ordinary person kind of have an idea, what is all of this thing about the constitution reform. So I just want to congratulate Mr. Golden on doing a very good job.
All right, Mom.
Okay,
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Perkins, you're welcome.
Okay. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Oh, yes, good morning. Sapi, I'm sorry. I was very serious problem, sir. Well, actually, a number of problems. See, I'm a disabled person. I live in St. Anne right now. But the thing is, I don't, with not just about nothing is being done to help us to, survive as it is. I can't get a job. I have an education, even though I never got a secondary education because of the accident that I suffered why I became disabled because I'm an amputee. Right, but I have some terms.
You've lost what? A leg?
Hello?
You've lost a leg?
Yes, I lost a leg as a result of the accident. And also the arm on that side is not 100% usable either.
But it's also, you can use it.
Yeah, well, a little. I can do some things with it, but I'm not able to do the amount of things or the kinds of things I can do with the other arm. Right. And it's so difficult. I mean,
what sort of accident was this?
It was a motor vehicle accident. I was on my way to school one morning when this truck got out of control, ran into the banking and hit down two of us.
Oh my God!
I got the worst of it because the other guy, he got hit running. We were both running away, trying to run away from the truck. When they started coming, truck hit him, and I ran up into the banking to get out of the way of the truck. I imagine, and there was this big tree in the way, so I couldn't go any further. Truck hit me and pinned me to the tree.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Yes, yeah, I almost died. I mean, I spent about 2 months in a coma.
Yes.
And eventually came back and I was, ripped off by the lawyer who represented me and all of that. And then my parents mismanaged the small amount that we did get. And so I end up not having anything right now. I went to Brownsville Community College. I did a course there. I did spend a couple of years there and I got about 8 O-level subjects. I'm a certified pre-trained teacher. I don't know if that means anything, but I did a pre-training course, and I got a certificate at the end of it. And, well, I didn't have any money to go to teacher's college, but I had this plan that I think could work, so I put it to Mr. Whiteman, Burchell Whiteman. He was Minister of Education at the time. He refused to go along with the thing that, well, it can't, or it's not, government policy and all of that. And I just didn't get anywhere. Haven't been able to work. I mean, I'm 30 odd and I've only worked for about 4 or 7 years straight in my whole life. And it was on a temporary basis. And I lost that job because of the
How much were you awarded in the courts?
Well,
the matter went to the courts?
Yeah, it went to the court, but the things we don't know because we were in there and everybody, the lawyer, did his homework and he got different people to come and give testimony. My form teacher from Dintil was there, and after everybody left, including the doctor, they asked us to go outside and wait in the corridor. So he and the lawyer representing the insurance company and the judge, they alone know how much they really got. When they were finished, they came to the door, beckoned to my mother. She went over and had her sign the form, I don't remember what it's called, without even reading it. So she doesn't know either how much she was actually got. Then he told her a word of mouth that we got $300,000. Of course, yeah. Of course, he was
300,000?
How much?
300,000?
300,000.
That's what you got?
Yeah, that's what he said we got. And then he had to get 100,000 out of it as his agreed amount.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but you know what? The check was drawn on his account. It was his check actually, so it was the insurance check. We didn't see that one. That's one I believe they kept and shared between themselves. I don't know, they drew that one in a different name or something. So we don't really know actually what happened. But it was quite a while ago, so I don't suppose we can do anything about it now. Even though a lot earlier I've been asking for help. I wrote today, talked to a number of lawyers and even wrote to the Prime Minister. Nobody would help me. They all told me that, well, there's nothing I can actually do. Speaking of writing, I've written so many letters to the Prime Minister's office while P.J. Patterson was Prime Minister, and I never got a response to any of them.
Oh, yeah?
Until I gave up after a while. I figured that, well, it's a waste of time. And then 2002 came around, and I heard the way they were campaigning. So one day I said to myself, I wonder if maybe I'll write them, know if they would answer. So I did. I went, I rummaged through my hard drive, and I found a letter. I did some updates to it, and I mailed and I faxed it. And believe me, Mr. Perkins, within 2 weeks, I got a response.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, saying that, well, we're on receipt of your letter, and we're asking you to call us at this number so we can discuss it some more. Signed Delano Franklin. Yeah, he was then chief advisor to the Prime Minister.
Yes.
I called and I never got to talk to him because they kept transferring me to different departments, Floyd Morris and all kind of different things until they kept, bringing me around until the election was over. They were in office again, and then I eventually spoke with Delano Franklin.
You got to speak with him?
Yeah, eventually. That was
hold on just a moment for me.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is 11 o'clock. Due to a shortfall in generating capacity, some JPS customers in blocks D, A, and C may experience a disruption in service today, Thursday, June 7, between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. The parishes affected are Kingston and St. Andrew, Trelawney, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Mary, and St. Anne. JPS apologizes for any inconvenience caused and advises that the company is working to restore supply in the shortest possible time. For more information, please contact the Customer Care Center at 1-888-225-5577.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville. New 4-Way Pharmacy Drugstore and Medical Center, Shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz. And Versan Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Best is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
The
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you. So after the election, they did speak to you?
Yes.
I see.
He just, dropped me like a hot potato right there and then.
After the election?
Yes, I had written another letter because of having waited so long without a response, saying something to the effect that, well, I had written so many before, not gotten any response.
Uh-huh.
I remember he read a part of it to me, and then he told me, it was so ridiculous the way he responded. He said, "Nonsense, I responded." Well, that became, that was very valuable what he said, because later I learned what that was all about, and I'll tell you about that in a little while. The letter that I wrote to Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller when she became Prime Minister, because I wasn't going to write to her, because I didn't think that she was going to be any different than, the others. It was just that I heard people, including yourself, saying that, well, she might be different, and she's, a woman from the bowels of the working class, and, so on and so forth. So I thought, well, maybe. And then I heard her making these speeches about human rights and all of that, so I thought that maybe, just maybe, she might be different. So I wrote her a letter, a long letter. Never got a response. I don't have that letter on me right now. Mrs. Perkins has it, so maybe you may be able to look at it later. Because when I came here this morning, the program had already started.
I see.
So I'd sent them to her. She has about 3 letters that you could read.
Yes.
But there's, it's interesting, Mr. Perkins. Nobody at all seems to even care about what is happening to us, the disabled.
Well, let me ask you something. You say that when, at one point in the court hearing,
yes,
your parents, how old were you at the time?
I was 17, almost 18, but they still viewed me as a legal minor because I had not reached 18 or something. So
yes, and you were all asked to leave the court?
To leave the courtroom, yes, and go.
While the judge and the lawyers talked?
Yes.
I wonder why.
I don't know, because I was surprised when I didn't hear when he told her that, but she started to push the wheelchair. And I said, "We're leaving already." And she said, "No, they still must go outside." I was saying to myself, "Why? We're supposed to be there." And I said, but, they agreed and they went out.
And then all the money you got.
Yes.
For what had happened to you.
Yes.
Was $200,000?
Yes.
My God. Oh, God. That sounds extraordinary.
Yeah, it is. But, but like I said, I know the check was drawn on his account, so I know it wasn't, legitimate. I wasn't really what was
I don't know. It does, it doesn't follow, but, I don't know. But in some other countries, so you would have been given a lot more than that.
Well, yes, I suspect that even in this country, well, okay, like you said, maybe, I don't know what else could happen. I can't think of any other.
So let me ask you something. What do you do now?
Nothing. That's my problem now. I can't get a job. everywhere that persons, they keep talking about equality and how, things are better off now than then and so forth. But it's not true, because I've been to so many interviews where I am much more qualified than the others academically and even in experience-wise, because sometimes they're just coming out of school. And they get employed over me just based on the fact that I am disabled. Yes, and it's work that I can do. It's clerical things that I can do. Because the 7 years that I've worked for at the library was clerical things.
You worked at the library?
Yeah, I worked there for 7 years. I say in a temporary position, because I could not get a permanent position because, well, the same disability problem. Because when I went there first, they told me that no permanent position was available, but they said as soon as one became available, I will be placed in it. Several became available during the time I was there. Other people got placed in it, and I had to be there holding on for the 7 years. And then after the 2002 election, you remember, the finance minister talking about running with it and then having to correct it. Well, you remember what the first move that he made to correct it? Freeze employment in the public sector.
Yes.
That's where I got shut up, because I was on a break. When you work temporarily, you can't just work straight. You have to break. Yeah, you have to break periodically.
Yes.
So I was on the break, and when you're on the break, you're unemployed. So when you go back, you're actually re-employed. I couldn't go back because I would have to be re-employed, and the freeze prohibited that. So I've been out here doing nothing since then.
Oh, hell.
They make these, well, I don't know what to call them, but they seem to be trying to convince us that they're actually trying, but they're doing nothing. I don't know if you've ever heard about Enable. It's this program that they have a yearly basis. It started in 2005. It was called Enable 05, and then you had Enable 06, and very soon you'll have Enable 07. Actually, it's where they have all the disabled people from all over the island come, and they are supposed to. The first time it happened, we were told that persons were going to be there as employees, and when I was told to bring all my documents and so forth, because employment opportunities would be there and so forth.
Yes.
When I went, nothing of the sort happened. It was just a lot of talking, and the politicians were there performing. I mean, I call it a circus, because that's all I saw them doing. Pretending to be that they cared about the disabled, and they were getting applauses for saying, nice sounding things, which, in the final analysis meant nothing, because when we left that place, we were as or more disillusioned than before. And then, I would like to read you a letter, Mutty. I was given this booklet by persons from the Council for Persons with Disabilities. It's a book called Do's and Don'ts, Handbook for Positive Interaction with Persons with Disabilities.
Yes.
And it's just ridiculous, the things that I see written in there. Here's a letter, the message from the Ministry of Social Security. I suppose Senator Morris has something to do with this. I see his picture at the bottom. It says, friendly city and the disabled. The issue of access to public facilities by the disabled is a critical one. This is a problem that has confronted members of the disabled community in Jamaica for years. This has forced them to, by and large, remain in the confines of their homes, thus restricting them to a life of poverty and distress. It's ridiculous, really. What?
Poverty and what?
Poverty and distress. Recognizing this situation, the government of Jamaica, through the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, and in association with major stakeholders such as the Ministry of Tourism, Entertainment and Culture, and the Combined Disabilities Association, has embarked on an initiative known as Friendly City to make Jamaica a more friendly society for these special individuals. The Friendly City project is geared towards making all public facilities more accessible through the provision of various access features for persons with a disability. The project is also geared towards sensitizing the Jamaican public as to the various challenges and opportunities that are available to persons with disabilities in Jamaica. this is being done through a massive public education campaign, of which this do's and don'ts booklet is a major feature. This booklet gives the individual an overview as to how to relate to a person with a disability. It advocates for all persons with open arms, remembering at all times that you may be able tomorrow.
Won't make for say anything and
yeah, that's what I
and
thought.
make for write it too.
You see what I'm saying? I don't know. By the way, how do you embrace somebody with open arms? I'm trying to figure it out. I thought it was ridiculous.
I like that. Embrace somebody with open arms.
Oh, yeah, embrace
the disabled.
Arms.
Embrace the disabled with open arms.
Open arms. So if
who wrote that letter?
I don't know. It's coming out of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security.
Uh-huh.
I see Floyd Morris's picture at the bottom.
Uh-huh.
So I'm assuming that he had something to do with it, if not everything.
So they've been embracing you with open arms.
With open arms.
Yes, and
well, you know, it's interesting because we don't want to be embraced. We want to be given opportunities. We want to be able to work and to, experience self-fulfillment.
Yes.
So that we need. We don't want to be embraced.
And you spend a lot of time on your computer.
Well, I don't have a computer.
Oh, you don't have one?
No, I had one, but I don't know. I lost it because it was a new computer. I was sold a new computer, but I was given this old, patched up thing that eventually broke down.
Yes.
Because this guy who sold it to me was a crook.
Okay.
Would you like to hear my response to that letter that I just read to you?
Yes.
I faxed it to them and I haven't got a response up to now. It says, Dear Mr. Senator, what is this message copied from the handbook, Do's and Don'ts for Positive Interaction with Persons with Disabilities, all about, Floyd? Friendly city and the disabled? Which city, might I ask, is this? Kingston? Mobe? Jamaica is not a city, sir. But since you seem not to know it, we do live all over Jamaica, most of us in rural areas. Now, Floyd, why must you be so dishonest as to try so hard to becloud the real issues facing us out here with all this peripheral nonsense about access to public facilities? As if you didn't know it, we don't live on public facilities, and we don't spend any significant portion of our lives trying to access them either. At any rate, you're putting in a couple of ramps to facilitate wheelchair access to a couple of buildings. Does the majority of us, who will likely never either know or need to use those buildings, absolutely no good? Are we to believe that you can't see this? The real issues facing us are more or less the same ones facing many other Jamaicans times 2 or 3. They have to do with housing, employment, public transportation, the opportunity to upgrade educationally, etc. These issues are so real, so concrete, Floyd, so obvious. You should at least be able to feel them. And I'm not laughing. I have that in bracket. In the final paragraph of your message, you spoke of your government's imploring citizens to treat the disabled with respect and recognize them as human beings. Well, great, but what of your own role? Don't you believe, as we do, that had you been leading by example all these years, there would like to be no need to be imploring anybody today? What has this your government done? Forget said, talk is useless. To demonstrate that it even cares about what the disabled are undergoing. Wouldn't you like to point to Enable 05 and 06? Can you think of any other pretend effort?
Hold on a moment for me.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:16.
Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Banks Limited, Southfield Square, St. Elizabeth, for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, More Parts, Serious Business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbour. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
The following is a paid announcement by G2K. After struggling to find some money to pay for medical tests, a man has died after being transferred to the KPH where they could not find him a bed.
But 40,000 have to come up front before they can do no scam or anything. So I'm there to see him when you put down. Then I start look after him. Yep.
Man can't up on his deathbed. I have to take him to hospital and him have to take $40,000 before you move the man for saving life. That rubbish man, Jamaica come.
Arrangements were made for the man to be transferred to the Kingston Public Hospital.
Unfortunately, there was no bed, and the patient's condition deteriorated quite rapidly.
Imagine the man dead cause they couldn't find him a bed. Boy, this year government ya pop down health care. As so PNP make poor people have to suffer. A time for a change.
The proceeding was a paid announcement by G2K. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you.
Okay, let me start that paragraph again. It says, wouldn't you like to point to Enable 05 and 06, open parentheses? Can you think of any other pretend effort? I can't, close parentheses. What really were those anyway? We know what they were said to be. You can't honestly say that they accomplished anything, can you? I was at the first and second day of both of them respectively, and personally they were a grand waste of time. A circus intended to make you look good and that left us feeling frustrated. Floyd, you obviously can't twist the arm of the private sector and force them to employ those of us who are employable. After all, if you won't employ us, why should they? Speaking of which, that agreement signed between you and Spain's ambassador regarding work for the disabled at Bahia, what really was it about? electioneering, sir, or just plain tomfoolery? I mean to say, why is it that now that the agreement exists, JCPD has to be meeting with Hard NTA trying to get them to make it possible for us to work there? What, in your anxiety to get Jamaicans and particularly the disabled to believe that you are relevant, did you put the cart before the horse? Look, we're not idiots, Senator. You treat us with respect. Yours angrily. Now, there's a third page to it. I don't have it here. Mrs.
Yours
Perkins,
angrily. That's how
yours angrily.
That's how you ended it.
Yeah, that's how I ended it because I'm upset. I think these people think we're fools or something. And, Mr. Perkins, as I mentioned before, that nobody seems to be concerned about what we're going through. And I'll relate an experience to you. Well, I listen to Dr. Caroline Gomes talking to you sometimes. And I thought to myself that, she sounds really concerned, caring, involved with the situations that she gets involved with. So I thought that maybe if I called Jamaicans for Justice, they would, take up this, because after all, what do you say? What do you think? Do you think it's a human rights issue what we're going through?
I think that there's an element of that in it.
There's an element. I thought so. But when I called, I didn't get to speak with her, but the person whom I spoke with told me that it's not a human rights issue.
Oh.
And then he said, why don't you call the office of the public defender's office? But when you said that, I was disappointed because I know that they don't deal with those kind of things. So I said it to her, but she said, no, but that is exactly what they are there to deal with. So call them and see. And, well, I did, and I faxed them a letter and so forth. And, the investigator came to my home one morning, some weeks after, and she told me the same thing, that it's not a human rights issue, and she don't see any way in which the government is wrong, and, a whole lot of things she was saying.
Well, it would seem to me that if there's no provision...
Yes.
For people who are disabled, that would seem to me to be a human rights.
Okay, but then again, you know what happened, Mr. Perkins? Recently, a few evenings ago, I came home and I turned the radio on just in time to hear a JIS program ending, and Floyd Morris was on it, saying that the same issues that I referred to in my letter. He named them and some others so that they are in fact human rights issues, and his government recognizes them as such, and he has even given a commitment to deal with them, and he spoke about pacts or agreements arrived at that he was at the forefront in pioneering or something of the sort. But he's saying that it's an agreement between different nations as to how to deal with disabled persons, because those are actually rights that they have and should not be denied, and if they are denied, then they are actually violations of their human rights and dignity and other things like that. And he was saying that in order for his government to be able to do anything real about it, 13 or some large number like that, other nations have to sign on to the agreement first.
Yes.
I don't know when that will happen, but
Where do you live? In the corporate area?
No, man, I live in St. Anne.
Oh, in St. Anne?
Yes. I don't even know where I'm going when I leave here, because I have this situation where I don't live, with this place where I live, I'm not able to pay the rent, and the landlord has threatened to throw me out. And I don't know. There's no point in going back, because if I can't get a job, I still won't be able to pay the rent. So I don't know what I'll do.
Have you ever thought of writing articles, submitting articles to a newspaper?
You mean, I've done that in the past, but even those that they accepted, they were like, what they paid was minuscule. They didn't really do anything for me in terms of covering my expenses or anything like that. I don't know. I guess maybe I'd have to go into it in a bigger way. I don't know what kind of connections I'd have to do that anyway. But to the extent that I've done it, it hasn't been worth my while.
Yes.
Worthwhile.
Yes.
Yeah. speaking of which, too, I wrote, the JC, Jamaica, the Council for Persons with Disabilities. They have this fund. There's a Margaret Moody Grant Fund that they're supposed to give to persons with disabilities to either start a business or, further their education or something like that. It's not a lot of money. It's just $50,000, so you can't do much.
Yes.
But at least, but what I realize is that they have all of these. It's so difficult to qualify, first of all, because the first time when I learned of it and I applied, I saw Mr. Ransford Wright at Enable, and he told me, I saw your application, but I don't know what the chairman what his decision will be. And about a month later when I called him, he told me, well, you know what, the money is finished, because we decided to give it to people who wanted to, further their education, which I don't think they have the latitude to do that. It should be given to people to do what they want to do with it, as long as it falls in the realm of education and the business. But anyway, this time when I applied, he told me what I needed to do, and I did everything. I filled out the application, I wrote the letter, I got the pro forma invoice for the computer, sent it to them, sent him a sample of some poems that I had written. And he was saying to me that, I would have to get samples of business cards and stuff that I plan on doing for, to convince a committee to actually grant it to me. So it sounds to me like it's going to be another no. Because I said to him, how am I going to get samples of the business card when I don't have the computer, so I can't make any? So he was saying to me that, I should go to a friend who has a computer and then do some samples and send them to him. But I don't know, that can't work. I don't know anybody, and furthermore, that doesn't seem to make any sense to me either. Because if you're going to make business cards, you wouldn't be just doing.
Yes. But essentially, what you need is a job, a means of earning some.
Yeah, that's essentially what I need.
And your first interest is what, in teaching?
Well, no, not exactly, but it's accounting really.
Oh, you're an accountant?
No, I'm not. Well, I did accounts. I have some experience in it, and I'm not really. Yes, and I was doing the ACCA thing one time, but the gentlemen who were teaching the classes in Ocherius turned out to be a pair of crooks. So they took our money and then held 2 classes and disappeared.
I tell you what. I tell you what. We have a job offer for you.
So you do?
Okay. Hold on. Well, you're outside?
Yes, I'm out here. I'm out front.
Okay. Well, we have somebody's going to be coming to you with a job, a name and telephone number.
Oh,
okay.
All right then.
I was hoping that something like that would have happened.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So what do I just hang on and
just stay where you are.
Oh, okay.
And stay where you are, and somebody will be coming to you.
All right.
All right.
And I hope you do get a chance to read those letters that Mrs. Perkins has.
Yes, indeed. I mean, if any one of them is like the one that you read.
Well, okay.
Okay,
so I'll just wait here then until that person comes.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Okay.
All the best.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:31.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it. Now for today's weather brief. There's a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. Today, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions. In our 3-day outlook, Friday will be mainly sunny. On Saturday, look for partly cloudy conditions during the afternoon. And on Sunday, expect scattered showers with isolated afternoon thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of pride mobility scooters and lift chairs.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here on air. You know, I hope that something good comes out of this for that young man. He sounded to me highly intelligent. His use of language was most unusual in this. He certainly used the English language better than many teachers that I hear talking on the radio. And journalists too, yes. Very bright young man. What a tragedy. But he seems not to allow, I mean, for something like this to happen to a youngster. And he's sort of fighting his way out of it all these years. Is extraordinary. I like that letter he wrote to the minister. Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Mr.
Perkins?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning to you, sir.
Uh-huh.
How are you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
Trust me, I don't sound bright like that, other man, you know. But I'm fighting my way too, you know.
You're fighting your way too?
Yeah, man. A disabled man calling from Senton again too.
You're disabled too?
Yeah, man. You don't know this advice, man?
Eh?
You don't know this advice yet?
I think I heard you. Yes.
And me calling last week and I talk about the water Southwest Senton, you know. I may tell you about the man we come here and say, well, it might do population and farming census and, you know, I do a farm to say yes. Remember me tell you that?
Yes.
Well, I miss him when I call back today.
Yes.
Hear me, after listening to that gentleman talking to you there a while ago, I want you to know that he's not the only person. There are many, many of us out here
sure there are.
Who are in this situation fighting to survive.
Yes.
And everywhere we turn, we're not getting any... no doors opening for us, right? And I like his attitude because trust me, this morning he strengthened me. Because I wasn't listening to the program now because current went away early this morning, but I got a call from one of my church brother all the way in St. Anne's Bay, Higgintown, who told me about it that is going on the program. Luckily the current come back and I get to hear him.
Yes.
And that man have a concern for me, want to get in touch with him. Right? So before I leave, I'm going to ask the producer for his number, you know? Right, and I'm going to leave mine too so we can be in touch. All right, but what happened, Mr. Perkins?
Well, I tell you what, leave your number. He may still be here.
Right.
So we can give it to him.
Yeah, man, I'll leave it before I leave.
Okay.
I'll go. Right, but what happened, Mr. Perkins? You see him talking about the different area that he's going to and all of that and not getting any support?
Yes.
I have gone through some of those avenues. And pure bounce around. You see, it's hard me to want to knock this disability.
They embraced you with open arms.
Open arms. I don't want to knock this thing they call about counsel with disability and all of this,
yes.
Mr. Perkins. But let me tell you something. It don't work for everybody. And it might sound hard enough for me to talk, so because I always protect the council. And I say, boy, the council is doing something. But the council not doing anything for anybody out here.
Yes.
You hear him talk about Mr. Ransford, right? Well, Mr. Wright, it reached Mr. Wright knowledge that me want to do something to improve my way of living. And he called me last week. I really appreciate the call.
Yes.
But the call that Mr. Ransford Wright make to me, Mr. Perkins, it don't really make my life no better. Right? Because when me point to him what me want to do now, Mr. Wright can't do nothing about that. Or the council can't do nothing about that. Right? Because me want to go hard but train to do something, just like how that young man interested in doing something. Because of farming me used to do, Mr. Perkins. Me can't do it no more.
Yes.
Me get a little money one time and get somebody to look after it for me. And me get robbed from the person.
Yes.
And through that now, me want to do something where me can stump on my bottom and do for help myself. And when me think of going to heart and so forth, they don't have no facility for wheelchair persons. They have a nice hotel training place down at Runner Bay. And me can go there in a wheelchair, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Right? Now, what me interested to do, me can't get the chance of doing it. So what can we do? And just sit down now and government tell you that, hey, they are care for the disabled. But what are they doing? Mr. Morris up there, Flight Morrison up there, and one of them say, well, boy, since he have a disability, he will be looking out for all disabled persons in the country, not just the corporate area. But we don't see anything going, we're not feeling it. Right?
You know, one of the things that strikes me, just on this, as you talk, is that if you suffer from a physical disability, then you obviously can't do physical work.
I'm listening, Mr. President.
Right?
Right.
You're not going to be able to get a job that involves you moving around and lifting things and so on. So you have to do a job. You have to orient yourself towards some kind of brain work, intellectual work. Right? And you should spend some time, reading and educating yourself.
Right.
Right?
If you not do that, you develop stress, Mr. Perkins.
You develop what?
Stress.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Yes, I think that is what you should one of the things certainly that you should try to do, right? To try to because that young man there, I mean, he clearly has been doing that, you know.
Right, I realize that.
He has been.
And I tell you something, you know what, bad, Mr. Perkins? Me here, the Prime Minister, in our budget presentation, said that if we fix one pothole when it break out, instead of wait till it get bigger, it will cost less. But me I wonder who responds to fixing pothole, because
but hold on a little bit.
A pothole on the government road cause me in a wheelchair now, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, let me tell you already. Pothole. Riding my bicycle one night. And
yes.
Remember me tell me jumping at the pothole?
Yes.
And me flick over the handle of the bicycle.
Yes,
And drop on my head. Then go over my back now, break my back. And damage my spinal cord.
Oh, God.
This was what caused it. Negligence of whosoever responds to the fixing of the road. Right? And then now, all you can hear now is that nobody responsible for it, because I should be more careful.
Yes.
Right?
You should be more careful.
I should be more careful. This is what some
You
people
mean when you're riding your bicycle at night?
Right.
You should expect to hit a pothole?
I should expect to hit a pothole. You understand? So it's on my part.
Yes.
Right? And who out there crying out for us? Yes, I contacted the public defender office one time about 3 years ago too. And I was told that there's nothing they can do.
Yes.
Right? So some of these avenues that this young man gone through, I have gone there already myself too. Right? And it's really sad, Mr. Perkins.
Don't give up, eh?
I am not giving up. Mr. Perkins, September coming with 10 years, and let me tell you something. I feel every day like I'm gaining more strength. It's only that I want them to know that we don't want to sit down and depend on handout and this, because especially me, when you say an ambitious disabled person, Mr. Perkins,
yes,
we not believe in a handout. You understand? We want to do things for ourselves.
Yes.
Right? So we don't know beggar, we just want to come and read and call and tell people, say, boy, we have begged them something to heat, or we have begged them something to pay our bills and all, and something that we want to be able to do things for ourselves, so that we can help others around us too.
Yes, I see.
Right? Yes, Mr. Perkins.
All right.
So before I go, I would love to leave my numbers. And
yes, all right. I'm going to hold on, and I'll ask somebody to take it off here.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay?
Good.
No?
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
The most convenient way to fill prescriptions and shop at the same time is at the Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, centrally located in Halfway Tree. Telephone 929-6366. Open 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays, and also opened on Sundays and public holidays. Now for today's weather brief. There's a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. Today, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions. In our 3-day outlook, Friday will be mainly sunny. On Saturday, look for partly cloudy conditions during the afternoon. And on Sunday, expect scattered showers with isolated afternoon thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11.
I love keeping my mind and body in shape. That's why I drink V-Soy. It's high in protein, calcium, and iron. It has a great taste. And my son loves it with his cornflakes. Who knew being healthy could be this satisfying? Thank you, V-Soy Soya Milk. Distributed by Brasco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road, Kingston. Telephone 908-1211. That's 908-1211. V-Soy Soya Milk. Good taste while keeping healthy.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when he open up up him wallet and him look at the money. Him sorry, him never have more. Wicked don't matter, stop you come to it. We say the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice would only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello.
Good morning.
Morning to you, Mom.
I'm one of your first-time caller.
First time?
First time.
Oh, welcome.
I just moved down from England after nearly 50 years living in England.
How many years?
Nearly 50.
60 years living in England?
50.
No, man. You mean 6?
No, 50. 50.
50?
50.
No, sir. You're not old enough to be living 50 years
Yes,
anyway.
I do. I left here when I was a young, early 20s, and now I'm 70-odd years old.
Oh, come on.
Yes, not common. So 3 months ago, I turned on my radio, and I heard you, and I listened, and I'm enjoying your program.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much
I
for
have
that.
quite a few concerns, but one of the main concerns that I had is your crime in this country.
The crime?
Yes, my 3 sons was attacked to be killed in my own yard.
Your what?
My 3 sons came down from England.
Uh-huh.
And we built a house down here because we always loved Jamaica.
Yes.
And my children were born in England, but my husband and I are from St. James.
Yes.
But now I lived in Trelawney.
Uh-huh.
And we always teach the children good manners about Jamaica, respect, tell them everything about Jamaica.
Yes.
So my beautiful 7 children fell in love with Jamaica, and they come every year, every other year.
Uh-huh.
But we started building a house 8 years ago. And 1 year, last year, March, my 3 sons came down to one of my sons building the house. He came down 3 times a year and built it for me.
Uh-huh.
I gave him the money and he built it. Last year, March, they came down to sort of tidy up because they knew I was coming down by October for good.
Yes.
And 5 young men came into the garden about 6:30, 7 o'clock and shoot at them, tried to rob them. One of my sons got shot, but thank goodness he's still alive.
Yes.
And I realized since I moved down 7-8 months ago, since I lived in this country, I realized your crime rate is very high.
It's very high.
I wonder why.
Well, I tell you something. It's a very complex matter.
Mm-hmm.
Right? My own view of it is that it has to do it's a cultural problem, right? People are in this country deprived of opportunity,
I notice.
right? They resort to, you know, our Minister of National Security said some time ago that in this country, the man who plays by the rules is the man that gets shafted. Right? And what has happened is that we have deprived our people of legitimate pathways to opportunity and to happiness.
Yes.
And they find other ways. I mean, you know, a man is hungry, he wants something to eat.
Yes.
And if he can't get it legitimately,
Yes.
you know, in human beings, as in all animals, we have a strong sense of survival.
Yes.
Right? A survival instinct. Right? And if you cannot survive by legitimate means, you're going to try to survive by some other means. And that a lot of the crime in this country is a culture, is the result of, well, it's part of a culture adapted to a want of opportunity.
Yes.
Right?
What I notice again with the young people, I'm very concerned about the young. What I do, because I love Jamaica so much, I did not have to come back to Jamaica.
Yes.
None of the returning residents had to come back to Jamaica. Because England, Canada and America, when I'm speaking from England, one of the best treatment you can get in the world now is in England. Your hospital, your social services, you name it.
Healthcare, whatever.
Healthcare is one of the best in the
Oh,
world.
yes.
But you pay for it because we are one of the...
Well, you pay through your taxes.
Taxes.
And
we are one of England.
Heavily taxed.
Yes, heavily taxed.
Well, the other European countries too. Holland is one
yes.
such.
Yes,
you
yes.
know.
But what I'm saying with the young people down here, I can't see a lot of opportunity. Mark you, I'm only living in the country for 7 months.
Yes.
But I'm a person who are very nosy.
Yes.
I like to go around. I go into schools. I sponsor some of the schools.
Yes.
I go inside and I lecture to some of them because I love children, because that was my job, a part of my job in England. I also a trained nurse, so I do understand. What I find too, the children are deprived from a lot of things.
Yes.
In the school. I can't get over the way some of the schools run. No properly desk, no properly chairs for the children.
Yes.
No, even school dinners, even a lot of little, basic things like food. A child not supposed to be deprived from food for no reason.
Yes.
Nobody could tell me and say, because I don't have enough money. Parents don't have enough money, government should come in.
Yes.
That's how I look at it.
Yes.
I knew what it's like. I brought up 7 children of my own, me and my husband, and we knew what it's like sometimes not to have a penny, and we were living into one of the richest countries in the world.
Yes.
And never mind Jamaica. So if parents can't afford so, and sometimes genuinely the parents can't afford it.
Yes.
The children of the future.
But the fact that the parents cannot afford it is very often has to do with not just with the willingness of the parents to work, but the lack of opportunity for them to find employment.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
And not only that, when they look around in the country, they see other people in high positions, many of them in positions of authority, behaving corruptly.
I may totally
right?
understand.
And some of them telling you, we had a prime minister who told us that the law is not a shackle. So if the law is not a shackle, why are you going to sit down there without opportunity to pursue happiness, right? But obeying the law and allowing yourself to be restrained by the law when the prime minister tell you that the law is not a shackle, right?
The other thing, Mr. Perkins, I remember when they shot my son, and
well, I'm so happy to hear that he survived.
Thank God he's in England. gentleman, a lovely young man. 3 beautiful young men came down to... 3 beautiful young men came
Not
down.
anxious to come back to Jamaica, I take it.
No, they came back. We are not frightened people. We came back.
They came back.
To be frankly, one of them only left here a few months ago.
Uh-huh.
Now we came back, and my eldest son, who built the house for me, he comes and go all the time.
Yeah, I see.
Nobody will drive us out Jamaica.
Uh-huh.
I was born here. I was not, I spent a lot of years away, but always send back my money into this country.
Yes.
Always come back down into this country. Always encourage people to come down.
Uh-huh.
To come and spend the money in the country to help build the country up, because this is my country, like anybody else.
Yes.
What I want to ask again, and I'm glad I get you this morning because I admire the way you spoke about things and about situation, and I admire how everybody can ring you and talk to you. You know the young man that came on, the very intelligent, disabled
Highly
young man?
intelligent.
Well, he's the one I always want to ring you, but God knows. When I heard he speaks now, a boy like that, a young man like that, he can't more than about 20-something because he met his accident when he was 17.
Yes.
And he spoke about 7 years ago when he wrote this letter.
I think he said he was about 30.
All right,
34.
still a young man.
Yeah.
Now, a young man like that should not have to write so much letters. Very intelligent. You can tell he is, not very educated, but educated.
Uh-huh.
But he can go further.
Yes.
Now, he shouldn't have to go through all these kinds
And he can think. Thinking is what is important.
A job should be there for him.
Yes.
Because, as you say, and I say, he don't have to do physical work.
Yes.
He's a very intelligent man.
Yes.
He can sit around the desk. He can do mental work.
Uh-huh.
A lot of clerical work. And
Yes.
even better than clerical work.
Uh-huh.
But he should be provided for. He's willing to work.
Uh-huh.
Whereas the people in this country that looks after the disabled.
True.
Whereas the people, to be frankly, you don't have to have a special person to look after disabled.
No.
Nothing wrong with a disabled. They're human beings. They may be physically disabled, but believe you me, I've seen them, I've dealt with them in England. Some of them are more capable than able-bodied.
Yes.
And these are the things that really, really hurt. I'm so proud that you offer. I lay down in my city listening to you, and because I was downstairs doing a lot of mopping, I never keep still, and I say, come and go upstairs and remember your friend Mr. Perkins is on.
Yes.
And I turn on the radio, and I was just in time. There was a gentleman before him, then him.
Uh-huh.
And I say, now look at that young man. Wanted work, have to write to Big Tom and hurry. It shouldn't have to happen. I am sure that Jamaica can able to look after their disabled, can able to look after their children, able to look after many other things.
But Mom, Jamaica is not concerned with looking after its people.
I understand.
Right?
I can see that.
Whether they be disabled or not.
I can see that.
And that is the major problem that we have here.
I wonder why. Do they know that when the Jamaicans that live abroad, and you have millions of us that live in Canada, United States of America, England, and France, and Italy, and the other side of Europe, do you know that we listen to things and we are proud when Jamaica do well?
Yes, I know.
Are we proud? But when...
I am in no doubt about that.
When Jamaica, Mr. Perkins, don't do well...
I'm afraid I have to leave you,
Okay, then.
Because it's time now for the news.
And thank you for listening to me.
Oh, I'm happy. I'll be happy to listen to you any other time.
I'm proud of you that you offered such intelligent brain.
Thank you very much. News time. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM News at noon is brought to you by Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, Twin Gates Plaza, Concert Spring Road, 100% wool worsted hand-stitched suits for an elegant, comfortable fit, and Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. The leadership of the People's National Party, PNP, is to meet with constituents of Southeastern Dan today following discontent over the selection of Lisa Hanna to represent the party in the next general election. It's understood that a series of meetings will be held over the next week to address concerns which have been raised by residents. Several PNP supporters in Southeastern Dan have threatened to stay away from the polls if Miss Hanna represents them in the election. At a rally in Junction, St. Elizabeth last night, PNP General Secretary Donald Buchanan officially confirmed Miss Hanna as the party's candidate. Yesterday, former PNP President and former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson also announced his support for Miss Hanna's candidacy in the constituency. At a meeting on Monday night, the party's secretariat asked the 4 aspirants for candidacy to withdraw to make way for Ms. Hanna. Meanwhile, the JLP rolls its campaign train into Manchester this afternoon. JLP leader Bruce Golding will be trying to increase the support for Sally Porteous, the candidate for Central Manchester. Mrs. Porteous is also the sitting councillor for the Mandeville division in the JLP-controlled Manchester Parish Council. She will be running against investment banker Peter Bunting. The Jamaican Association of Clinical Pathologists is taking issue with comments by Jamaicans for Justice JFJ regarding autopsies conducted locally. In an article in the Gleaner newspaper yesterday, the JFJ said the outcome of cases is often affected because autopsies do not produce the necessary evidence. The human rights lobby group further said, as a result, justice cannot be done or even seem to be done. But the president of the Jamaican Association of Clinical Pathologists, Dr. Susan Shirley, says the statement is unfair.
We have been providing our quality level of service, conferring with our clinical colleagues, issuing reports, allowing death certificates to be signed on a daily basis in this country. Whereas the article, I presume that the concerns specifically regard autopsies coming out of the Ministry of Justice, but there are a lot of other centres that are providing services, certainly at university, at Cornwall Regional, at Bustamante Children's Hospital, at the Kingston Public Hospital, that we are performing these autopsies to a certain standard of care.
At the same time, Dr. Shirley has acknowledged that some of the conditions for autopsies are inadequate.
In terms of the morgue facilities, in terms of the actual autopsy rooms, in terms of the provision of X-ray equipment and so forth. But in spite of these limitations, there are pathologists throughout the island who are trying to provide a quality service, and we believe are providing a reasonable standard of service given the various limitations.
President of the Jamaican Association of Clinical Pathologists, Dr. Susan Shirley. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. It's 5 minutes after 12. Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller says drain cleaning activities are to be intensified across the country before the peak of the current hurricane season. There have been mounting concerns, especially among mayors, about the state of the drains island-wide. But during a meeting of the National Disaster Committee, the Prime Minister said there would be key focus on priority drains and gullies, especially those in flood-prone areas. And Mrs. Simpson-Miller, who also chairs the National Disaster Committee, says of the 900 emergency shelters that have been inspected, 630 are in satisfactory condition. The hurricane season, which began on June 1, will end on November 30. It's predicted that the season will be very active, with 13 to 17 tropical storms. 7 to 10 of these are expected to develop into hurricanes, with 3 to 5 reaching Category 3 strength or higher. Jennifer MacDonald is to be appointed the Chief Executive Officer of the Passport, Immigration and Citizenship Agency. The National Security Ministry says Ms. MacDonald will take up the position on July 2. The Passport Office is now being transformed into an executive agency. Ms. MacDonald has been the Director of Corporate Services at the National Land Agency since 2001. She has also held senior positions at the Urban Development Corporation, the Jamaica Conference Centre, and the Office of the Prime Minister. The first phase of the transformation program of the local justice system has now been completed. This morning, the Jamaican Justice System Reform Task Force handed over a 319-page report with 183 recommendations geared towards total transformation. According to Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Senator A.J. Nicholson, the final report presented will now be shaped into a modernization plan to be submitted by the end of June.
And this, which it would be the phase 2 of the program, is to be completed by the Canadian Bar Association under their contract and will encompass the development of a medium-term plan, complete with indicative costing. This plan will be structured to allow for early, tangible interventions.
Minister of Justice, Senator A.J. Nicholson. Another aspect of the second phase will be the review of the plan by the government's legal officers and a transformation team. The management of Ray & Nephew Limited is now meeting with a union representing the company's workers to settle a protracted wage dispute. The meeting, which began yesterday at the Labour Ministry in Kingston, resumed this morning. The workers have been off the job since Monday to demand more pay. The University and Allied Workers Union, the UAW, has been negotiating with the company's management for the past 6 months. The union is demanding a 16% salary increase in year 1 and 20% in year 2. But Ray & Nephew Limited is offering a 9% increase in the first year and 7% in the second. First Vice President of the UAW, Clifton Grant, says the workers will continue to press for a better offer.
There are 3 issues on the table. One is the wage. Second point, the question of a job evaluation exercise. And the third point is the question of the pension scheme. We want from the company to put new proposals, and that is the demand of the workers.
First Vice President of the UAW, Clifton Grant. United States federal prosecutors say a detention hearing in a Brooklyn federal court for the alleged mastermind in the foiled plot to blow up the JFK International Airport in New York has been postponed. Prosecutors say the hearing was put off because Guyana-born Russell De Freitas, a 63-year-old naturalized United States citizen, decided not to seek bail at the time. De Freitas was arraigned last Saturday for allegedly planning to blow up the airport, one of America's busiest. He and 3 other Caribbean-born men are charged with the alleged attempted plot. On Tuesday, Guyana-born Abdel Noor surrendered to Trinidad police and was remanded after appearing in a magistrate's court in Port of Spain. Noor, along with 55-year-old Abdul Kadir, a former member of parliament in Guyana, and 61-year-old Trinidadian Karim Ibrahim, will reappear in court on June 11. The United Nations envoy to Haiti has denounced attempts by groups involved in corruption, drug trafficking and contraband to destabilize the country. Edmund Moulet says the groups, which he did not cite by name, want to create a chaotic situation in the country to facilitate their activities. Haitian police, aided by UN peacekeepers, last week seized 420 kilos of cocaine and arrested 10 people suspected of drug trafficking. Government authorities have strengthened their stance on corruption, tax evasion and contraband. At least 5 people have been wounded since the beginning of the week during 2 drive-by shootings carried out by unidentified men in the Pétionville suburb of the capital, Port-au-Prince. And the leaders of the G8 nations have agreed to a compromise deal on tackling climate change. It's reported that the leaders had agreed to hold talks on a replacement to the Kyoto Protocol within a UN framework. German Chancellor Angela Merkel had been pushing for a 50% cut in emissions by 2050. However, the U.S. has resisted calls for targets to be fixed. Ms. Merkel says 6 G8 leaders agreed to consider her targets, but there was no suggestion that a final agreement would include any mandatory commitment to major emission cuts. Finally, in midday news, debate on a controversial overhaul of U.S. immigration law is set to enter a key phase today as senators wrestle over the legislation's remit. In a long session yesterday, senators debated and voted on a series of amendments to the proposed bill. The Senate is now expected to vote on a motion to limit debate and clear the way for a final vote. The bill being debated could give legal status to most of the estimated 12 million illegal immigrants in the U.S. Illegal immigration, which opinion polls place among voters' top concerns, is set to be a key issue in the 2008 presidential election. President George W. Bush has made immigration reform one of his priorities and has previously said he wanted to see new legislation in place by the end of the year. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106. from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. The Midday Sports Report is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM News at Noon was brought to you by Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. 100% wool-worsted hand-stitched suits for an elegant, comfortable fit. And Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation.
Comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. England are fighting back on today's first day of the third test against West Indies at Old Trafford. At sports time, England were on 276 for 6 against the bowling of Jerome Taylor, 2 for 43, and Corey Collymore, 2 for 44. Dwayne Bravo and Darren Sammy have taken the other 2 wickets. It took a partnership of 98 runs between Matt Pryor, 40, and Ian Bell, 71, not out, to rebuild the innings after England were struggling on 167 for 5 at the tea break. England lost captain Michael Vaughan and Kevin Peterson in quick succession. West Indies trailed the 4-test series 1-0 after losing the second test at Leeds by an innings and 283 runs, their heaviest defeat in tests. The first test at Lord's was drawn. A victory for England will give them a 4th successive series success over West Indies, and it could make Michael Vaughan his country's most successful test captain. A recommendation from the West Indies selection panel for Chris Gayle to captain the regional side for the one-day internationals against England has been rejected. The West Indies Cricket Board, WICB, is in favour of Darren Ganga, who replaced the injured Ramnarish Sawan as captain for the remainder of the Test series. A report on CMC Sports said the rejection of the 27-year-old Jamaican was confirmed at a meeting involving the WICB's executives in Trinidad on Sunday. West Indies will play 2 2020 and 3 one-day international matches against England following the test matches. Still on cricket, mid-order batsman Sylvester Joseph has been retained as captain of the West Indies A-team for a 4-week tour of Zimbabwe. The tour is scheduled to start at the end of the month. However, there remains uncertainty over the visit in light of the political climate in the Southern African nation. According to CMC Sports, Joseph got the approval of the West Indies Cricket Board during an executive meeting in Trinidad earlier this week. Guyanese batting all-rounder Narsingh Deonarine was named vice-captain. The squad of 14 will be announced by the WICB once the June 30 to July 26 tour, which includes 3 4-day and 2 limited overs matches, is given the green light. In athletics, former Vere Technical High sprinter Simone Facey has advanced to tomorrow's final of the 100 meters dash at the 4-day NCAA Outdoor Track and Field Championships in Sacramento, California. Facey is competing for Texas A&M University, and she's won her semi-final heat. And that was last night in a time of 11.20 seconds. She will enter the final with the second fastest qualifying time. Another Jamaican, Tracy Ann Rowe of Auburn, will run in the final. Louisiana State University has qualified 5 athletes into the final round of competition. Among the athletes are the Jamaican pair of Nikisha Wilson, 100 meters hurdles, and Shawnette Davidson for the high jump. In the men's section, Jamaica's Ricardo Chambers, 46.55 seconds of Florida State, advanced to the other round of the men's 400 meters with a 4th fastest qualifying time. Football now. Canada beat Costa Rica 2-1 in their CONCACAF Gold Cup Group A game at the Orange Bowl Stadium in California last night. Julian de Guzman scored both goals for the Canadians. Walter Centino had given Costa Rica the lead in the 56th minute. Meanwhile, Caribbean side Trinidad and Tobago will kick off their campaign tonight against El Salvador. The match is the second game of a doubleheader at the Home Depot Center in Los Angeles. The USA and Guatemala will meet in the first game. Finally, in tennis, defending champion Justine Henin will play Ana Ivanovic in Saturday's French Open final after both players enjoyed one-sided victories in the last four. Henin, chasing a third consecutive title at Roland Garros, prevented an all-Serbian final by ending Jelena Jankovic's title hopes with a 6-2, 6-2 win. Earlier, Ivanovic had destroyed Maria Sharapova, who produced an error-strewn performance as she was beaten 6-2, 6-1. On Saturday, Henin will be looking to become the first player since Monica Seles in 1992 to complete a hat-trick of French Open crowns. Meanwhile, the finalists in the men's section will be decided tomorrow. Nikolai Davydenko and Novak Djokovic will have to produce career-best performances if they are to prevent it from being another Roger Federer-Rafael Nadal final. Fourth seed Davydenko will play top seed Federer, while sixth place Djokovic will take on Nadal. And that's it for your midday sports report on Power 106. The weather is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carvis Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect partly cloudy and windy conditions with isolated showers over northeastern and southern areas. Tonight will be mainly fair. In our three-day outlook, on Friday and Saturday, look for partly cloudy conditions in the afternoons with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms mainly over eastern and hilly areas. On Sunday, expect mostly cloudy conditions in the afternoon with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carvis Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a reminder of the main stories. PNP top brass to meet with supporters in southeastern town today following discontent over the selection of Lisa Hanna to represent the party in the next general election. JLP rolls its campaign train into Manchester this afternoon. Association of Clinical Pathologists takes issue with comments by Jamaicans for Justice regarding autopsies conducted locally. Ray and Nephew Limited meets with Workers' Union at Labour Ministry in a bid to settle a protracted wage dispute. On the international scene, debate on a controversial overhaul of U.S. immigration law set to enter a key phase today as senators wrestle over the legislation. And in sports, England are fighting back on 280 for 6 against the West Indies on day one of the third test at Old Trafford. And that's midday news, sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
lucky bride.
Lucky who? I just pick up my suit from Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor.
From foreign? No! Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, Shop 47 Twin Gates Plaza. Their suits are equivalent to suits from West End London.
But Bespoke Tailor is a Jamaican tailor right a yard. And them have the best tailor-made suits about you.
Bespoke Tailor? No wonder I thought you were spoken for.
Victor Wilson, Bespoke Tailor, 926-7587.
Forget everything you think you know about pickup trucks. Mitsubishi Motors introduces the all-new, totally redesigned L200 pickup. Forward-thinking style and a tradition of rugged performance in a range of four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive, double and single cab models. The all-new Mitsubishi L200 and L200 Sportero, available now at Motor Sales. The L200 excitement unleashed.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies, Fort Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville. New four-way pharmacy drugstore and medical center, Shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz. And Verson Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Best is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And I gather from the news that Mama P and her top brass are going down to southwest St. Anna to see her children down there today. And very interesting to see what the outcome is. Okay, what else was there in the news? I can't remember. I'm sort of empty-headed at the moment. Anyway, let's go to the telephones. Hello? Hello. Yes?
How are you doing today?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great.
You're doing good?
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
You Well, I'm not in Jamaica, so I'm doing great.
Eh?
I'm not in Jamaica, so I'm doing great.
You're not in Jamaica?
Yes.
Oh, I see. You're not in Jamaica.
No, I'm overseas. So.
Oh, Lord. So when are you coming back?
Well, I was there earlier this year.
You were?
I visited earlier this year, yes.
Uh-huh.
But the thing that I mean, I noticed a lot of development when it comes to the road. I guess the main
A lot of what?
Development with the main road, the highway.
You notice a lot of development when it comes to roads?
The highway. No, not the offshore road. The highway.
Uh-huh.
So coming back, I mean, going to where I live, the highway seems nice, but then going off to my particular area, that's when the reality struck.
Uh-huh.
The roads are horrible.
Oh, God.
So,
they have never been this bad in all my lifetime in Jamaica.
Oh, yeah.
Never.
Extremely hard, because, I mean, I left when I was a young person, and I don't think I've seen the road that
No.
bad before. But I'm actually calling on that particular issue. You had a caller, I can't remember if it was Monday or so, was mentioning about that he does work on the roads or something like that, and that it wouldn't be cost effective, something to that effect. It wouldn't be cost effective to fix the other roads. It's better to have just the highway fixed. I think I heard a caller mentioning that too.
Utter rubbish.
But my question is, everybody is so anxious and happy that the highway is fixed, and nobody seems to want that their secondary road that they live on fixed.
No, I don't think that is true.
Well, I mean, based on some of the callers I hear,
yes,
they're talking about development as in with the highway. But nobody seems to be talking, seeing those people who call about that don't seem to think that the secondary roads are important.
Well, I tell you something. That is party propaganda when you hear that.
Oh, okay, it's a party thing. Oh.
Because most people, almost nobody, lives adjacent to the highway. Right? People live in places all over Jamaica where to get to the highway from where they live, they have to take roads that are in appalling condition.
Terrible condition.
Right?
And
if they have to go to the doctor at night or some emergency like that, right? They have serious problems.
And that's my question to you, that when you have those callers calling about the highway, what happens if your house is on fire and you have to call the fire service?
You call the highway.
I mean, yes, they can come on the super highway, but what happens when they have to come all the way up to you?
Yes, indeed.
Your house will be...
But a man called me. A man called me on this program one day. He had just driven in from Mandeville, right? It took him an hour and a quarter using the 2000 highway.
Yeah.
Right? Took him an hour and a quarter to 6 miles at the start of the Washington Boulevard. And took him another hour and a half to get into New Kingston. Hold on just a moment for me.
My mother say he going pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30.
Here's an important message from Worldwide Immigration Consultancy Services. If you're a skilled or unskilled worker and interested in migrating or obtaining a work permit for Canada, attend one of our 3 upcoming seminars to learn how. Saturday, June 9th, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Holiday Inn Sunspree Resort in Montego Bay. Sunday, June 10th, 10 a.m. to noon in the Knutsford Court Hotel in Kingston. And from 3 to 5 p.m. at Ruins at the Falls in Ocho Rios. Call Worldwide Immigration at 960-8350 for more details.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Banks Limited, Southfield Square, St. Elizabeth for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, More Parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Bonnet Street and shop number 3 Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Bonnet Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. The following is a paid announcement by G2K. After struggling to find some money to pay for medical tests, a man has died after being transferred to the KPH where they could not find him a bed.
But 40,000 have to come up front before they can do no scam or anything. So I'm there to see him put down. Then I start look after him. Yep.
Man can't up on his deathbed. I have to take him to the hospital and him have to take $40,000 before you move the man for saving life. That rubbish, man. Jamaica come.
Arrangements were made for the man to be transferred to the Kingston Public Hospital.
Unfortunately, there was no bed, and the patient's condition deteriorated quite rapidly.
Imagine the man dead because they couldn't find him a bed. Boy, this your government, your pop down health care. As so PNP make poor people have to suffer. A time for a change. The proceeding was a paid announcement by G2K. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Yes, so the question I was asking, that if you had a fire in your house, and the fire service had to get you because of those horrible roads, wouldn't your house be burned down?
Yes, I think that a fair amount of that has happened.
Then you call for an ambulance service.
Uh-huh.
By the time they have to dilly-dally through those potholes,
Yes.
you could die.
It could happen, yes.
So,
I'm not sure that it hasn't.
It probably has.
You know.
And, another thing, too, if there's a major accident on the superhighway now that is built, wouldn't they direct you off to those secondary roads?
Well, in any event, you have to, well, I don't know that it is easy to direct you, onto secondary road because the highways are not, they are not entered. They are entered and exited only at certain points, right?
Okay.
And that those are very limited. So that I don't think that there is access from these little roads to the direct access.
Direct access to the highway.
But the people who are using the highway have to use these bad conditioned roads.
So they definitely need to fix them. So I'm not quite sure why you have people calling.
Well, look here. It's a matter of what is done with the resources, right? Clearly, the government's priorities have nothing to do with having roads, or for that matter, hospitals or schools, or police stations or whatever, in good condition, right? They are doing other things with the money that is available to them.
But it seems as if that every time when there's something serious need to be done, you hear the cry, they don't have any money.
Well.
But how is money fine to do other things?
When they want to do other things, they can do those other things. And for the most part, the resources that are available from taxes and so on are used to service the debt that they have imposed upon the country.
The other quick thing, too, and I hear on the news about what's happening in Senzan with the PNP.
Yes.
Southeast Senzan, or I can't remember the exact location.
Yes.
But that, to me, that shows as if, the hierarchy of of that party don't seem to care too much about the local people. But if they're telling you they want this particular representative to represent them within the party, why are you not listening to them? Why are you imposing somebody who you feel like?
Well, I don't know. It may be that part of the problem is that there was a recent leadership election a year or little more than a year ago, right? At which Mrs. Portia Simpson Miller was selected on a narrow margin to be the party leader and ultimately became Prime Minister, right? I don't think that one doesn't get the impression that the party has, and in the process of that conference, some quite horrible things were said, right? And I don't think that the party has recovered from that contest, right? I suppose that Mrs. Simpson Miller would want to ensure that as many of the candidates that are going to be running for the party as possible are her supporters.
Okay.
Maybe that has something to do with it. Right?
And if she wins again, is she going to keep the current finance minister? If she wins again, is she going to keep the current finance minister?
I get the impression, what one has heard, is that he doesn't want to be finance minister again. One suspects that he's had a look down the road and seeing seeing the light coming and recognizes that it is on a train and that the crash is imminent and he doesn't want to be there when it happens.
Oh, so he doesn't want to take the blame, I guess.
He doesn't want to take the blame again. That's the impression one has.
It's nice talking to you again.
Okay, all the best to you too.
All right.
And thanks for calling. Okay, hello?
Uncle.
Hi, well, wait. Where have you been?
Look here.
You must be campaigning hard.
I want to share some things with you.
Yes?
But if I ever forget to bring to your attention, which about some 300 people asked me to bring to your attention on the behalf of them, I can't enter back that community. But before I go to that, I want you to go back down in memory lane and see if you can remember in the days of Norman Manley and Bustamante, when they're traveling on the road in a motor vehicle, they have to come out of the vehicle and walk some distance because of the bad road they were driving on. You remember?
I don't think that ever happened.
Mr. Perkins, I have that experience on Saturday.
Yes.
In West Portland.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Golden were touring West Portland, and I were on that tour, and we went into a district they call named Bybrook.
No Bybrook.
Mr. Perkins, we reached at a spot on the Bybrook Road. And Mr. Golden and his secretary and the security people have to come out of their vehicle and give the vehicle some time to drive through that riverbed. And they have to turn back the rest of the vehicle then. And also me have to come out of my vehicle. And while walking through a section of Bybrook, Mr. Perkins, the people they were gathering, waiting for Mr. Golden to come. But because he have to walk a portion of that road, it takes some time. And I were talking to the people them, so they recognize me and say to me, if me the person comes on Perkins from time to time, they call Neville.
Oh, is that so?
And I said, yes. And they said, thank God for Jesus.
Oh, yes?
Thank God for Jesus. They said, nephew, tell Mr. Perkins for us. Because we don't have any line phone and we can't afford to buy a card to use the cellular phone. They don't have any road which me myself see, Mr. Perkins. They don't have any water.
Oh, God.
And they don't have any employment, Mr. Perkins. And
when was this you were talking to those people?
Eh?
When was this you were talking to those people? In 1907?
Saturday.
Eh?
That Saturday gone 2007.
No, man.
Yes.
No. That couldn't have been later than 1907.
Mr. Perkins, I meet a section of the Bybrook Road where the gully itself travel in the middle of the road. The gully itself travel in the middle of the road, Mr. Perkins. And the people, they beg me daily except to bring it on your program and mention it to you. There is some hopes of them might getting some assistance. And I'm going to say this to you. When we reach down to the bottom of Bybrook on the level where the river is on the left-hand side of the road, we saw this cooking with two huge pots. You'd have to use hose to wash those pots. One person can't wash them. And it was your friend who having this cooking because he will be coming into the era after we pass through.
Oh?
And the people were saying to me, Mr. Perkins...
This is my comrade friend.
Yes, your comrade friend. And the people were saying that the money in which they were using to cook, if they did use that money to buy 2 or 3 truckload of river shingle and spread on that road, it wasn't much, but at least the people would have benefited more.
Yes.
Because, the taxi man may drop his fare a little.
Yes.
You understand?
Well, there's a tradition in Jamaican politics that all the people them want in order to give them vote is a plate of curry goat.
Is a plate of curry goat.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Attention NHD contributors in St. Catherine. Your NHD St. Catherine branch is now at its new offices, Twickenham, near the Jose Marti School. Remember, your NHD office is now at a new location, Twickenham, St. Catherine. The phone numbers remain the same. The time by the National Housing Trust is
12:45.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family, even your plate.
nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Fine food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
Hey, Red, Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
So, who is the lucky bride?
Lucky who? I just pick up my suit from Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor.
From foreign? No! Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, Shop 47 Twin Gates Plaza. Their suits are equivalent to suits from West End London.
But Bespoke Tailor is a Jamaican tailor right a yard. And them have the best tailor-made suits about you.
Bespoke Tailor? No wonder I thought you were spoken for.
Victor Wilson, Bespoke Tailor, 926-7587.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
When some news come on other station and TV station, it has been late in reaching the people because it has been come on your program weeks before.
Oh.
I don't know if you were watching the TV news on Sunday and saw Mr. Vaz reading out some things from 6.
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
You remember weeks gone by, I say on your program over and over that there is a plan to target some GLP caretakers in PNP seats, which the caretakers are doing well.
Uh-huh.
All right. This pamphlet printed with the signature saying the PNP campaigning committee for West Portland. They print 6 of them, Mr. Perkins. And though on the 6 of them, they have been propagandering Mr. Vaz. But the point I'm making, Mr. Perkins...
The propaganda not going on all over, so everybody.
No, the point I'm making, Mr. Perkins, is that they are not able to put on not one of the 6. What have they done for the people of West Portland over the past 18 years? What are they planning to do if Mr. Dabdo didn't get a chance? All they do is to print negative things about Mr. Vaz.
Uh-huh.
Honestly speaking now, Mr. Perkins, does that is telling you that these people is accepting that they have failed and they have no vision for the people of West Portland?
Is that the speech that you made at the
platform on Saturday?
Yes.
I used that opportunity, Mr. Perkins, to say to the voters in West Portland that I am not here to tell you to support Mr. Vaz without proof to you. what Darivas have done for the people of West Portland for the time he has been here. And I was very honest to Mr. Dabdu to say to the people, make us look at Mr. Dabdu and Darivas, what both of them have done for the people of West Portland. Does that reasonable, Mr. Perkins?
I see. Sounds reasonable.
And I have gone through a list of things of what Mr. Vaz have done. And then I say to the people, help me identify anything that Mr. Dabdu have done for the people of West Portland that they have been benefiting.
Well, he hasn't introduced the big breed goat.
And, you know...
No big breed goat.
Well, they're getting goat, but they're getting the meat to eat. They get a liquor in these plastic plates with a liquor, right? They do not get a live goat.
I see.
But just before we wrap up, Mr. Perkins, Mr. Vaz said that he will not use the resources in which he gets from private sector to print any pamphlet to say anything bad about Mr. Dabdu. He is going to use those resources to give the school computer, to give the school desk board, they want to call them blackboard, to put in broken window, to put tanks here where people can get pipe water, you name it. But you never tell me that West Portland have more river run through it more than any other constituency in Jamaica.
Yes, that is true. That is true.
And here still, they have 29 districts
that don't have water.
Without pipe water today. Can you believe that, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, I believe you, sir. It's hard to believe in the 21st century that is happening. But
seen some beautiful fall in West Portland, which could attract tourists, no, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Where people could have earned US dollars. You understand me? But I was listening to the Member of Parliament earlier on in the week speaking to you, admitting to you about the condition of the road.
Well,
yes. you were very kind in saying that there is very little a Member of Parliament can do if the government in which he's a part of is not creating the opportunities so that the government can collecting more revenue, that the Member of Parliament will have money to assist the people here and there.
Well, it's not just a matter of the Member of Parliament have it, but if the government has the resources to spend on roads and hospitals and schools and whatnot, right?
Yes.
That will be quite different from the situation that exists here now.
Yes.
Where the money that the government has is merely servicing debt.
Because before you
and
go
paying
on
for World Cup football.
When I listen
World Cup cricket. I say it's money servicing debt and paying for World Cup cricket.
When I
and
listen
for overruns.
This young man who say is some handicap speaking to you, which give the impression that he's very bright and qualified despite his
sounds to me
handicap.
like a very bright fellow.
If he were in our country, Mr. Perkins, which opportunity were there, he would have a job today.
Yes.
You understand? And when I listen, I heard on your program saying that somebody died because the hospital have no bed. What are that saying to you, Mr. Perkins?
Well.
You understand? And as I say, you know, I listen to you talk to this lawyer, you know. And it brings to my attention that you're very unkind to me.
Who is very unkind?
You.
Oh, what have I done?
Because this lawyer who I think is the chairman for the Jamaica Justice there, when he said to you that he is no longer going to just support party, he support the party who he thinks at the time will do the best for Jamaica.
Yes.
And you say to him, rightly so.
Yes.
But you tell me that I'm flip-flopping.
No.
Yes.
He's going to vote.
Yes.
For Jamaica.
Yes.
not for a party.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And I think that is right.
Right.
Right? Well, you are a flip-flop. He's not like you.
He's not like me.
No, man.
well, why you don't say then, I finally decide for vote for Jamaica now?
Is that what you have decided to do? Look here. You said some persons wanted you to tell me something.
That's the Bible code I was telling you about.
Oh, that, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
and they asked me to tell that they have no water, no road, no telephone, you name it.
Well, it's a damn disgrace.
Yes.
That in the 21st century, that should be the situation
you understand?
in Jamaica.
I am speaking, Mr. Perkins, to people in Bybrook who is 30-odd years old.
Yes.
And from the left school, from they were 17, they have not yet picked up a job.
Yes.
And they say they were living off the farm. And because of the produce, it's not selling as it should like one time.
Uh-huh.
When they pack it and load truck and go to Coronation Market and sleep from Thursday night, Friday night, they are to Saturday. When it touches 12 o'clock Saturday, they actually have to give away the produce, Mr. Perkins, because they can't afford to bring it back home. Because children at home is sitting down waiting on them to go to school Monday morning.
Yes.
You understand me? And Mr. Perkins, what can you say to a man who go into a woodland with a cutlass in his hand and a hoe and to chop down a woodland and to farm it, and when he take the produce to the market, he can't get it sold? What comfort can you bring to that person?
Well, he did damage to the environment by chopping down the woodland. And there was no compensation for it.
And I promise the people and faithful that I will make it as my duty to mention it to you, because I know you will listen.
Yes.
And I know you will share your sympathy with them.
Yes.
Because that's all you can do at the moment. And hoping that one day they will get a government which will make...
Well, when Mama P gets her mandate, I'm sure she will want to do... Because she loves the poor, you know. Don't you know that?
Mr. Perkins, loving the poor is one, but to help them is another thing, Mr. Perkins. You understand that?
Yes.
To help the man is another thing, you know.
Yes, but I'm sure that Mama P will have up her sleeve the way of doing that.
Thank you for the opportunity to bring it to your attention,
All right,
Mr.
sir.
Perkins.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
All the best to you. Okay, we take a break. We'll come back shortly.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 1 o'clock.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies, Fort Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville, New Four-Way Pharmacy Drug Surrender Medical Center, Shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz, and Versan Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Vest is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
Did you know that worn shock absorbers could cause accidents? Replace them now with quality units from Universal Shocks Limited, 58 Red Hills Road. Telephone 925-1000. Universal Shocks Limited, your shock and strut specialists, where everyone gets a discount.
The following is a paid announcement by G2K.
After struggling to find some money to pay for medical tests, a man has died after being transferred to the KPH where they could not find him a bed.
But 40,000 have to come up front before they can do no scam or anything. So I'm there to see him where put down. Then I start look after him. Yep.
Man can't up on his deathbed. I have to take him to hospital and him have to take $40,000 before you move the man for saving life. That rubbish, man. Jamaica come.
Arrangements were made for the man to be transferred to the Kingston Public Hospital.
Unfortunately, there was no bed, and the patient's condition deteriorated quite rapidly.
Imagine the man dead because they couldn't find him a bed. Boy, this your government, your pop down health care. As so PNP make poor people have to suffer. A time for a change. The proceeding was a paid announcement by G2K.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online, and we have one or two emails to read before we...
Mr. Perkins, I am in such sympathy with that young man who spoke about all the problems he has had with his disability. Mr. Perkins, when I hear Mr. Fitzjackson talk about this government has done more for disabled people than any other, I really wonder. When I heard what this young man said about his wasted efforts in trying to get them to pay any attention to the plight of people like him after the 2002 elections, and then all of a sudden, when election fever is in the air, he gets a reply for the first time, even though that did not lead to any results. My heart bled. Mr. Perkins, I thank you for doing all that you can for that young man. I think he deserves it.
Well, I wish I could do more for him.
Dear Mr. Perkins, I am listening from morning, and I'm sure I haven't heard you mention that Imran Khan, no less a person than the famous Imran Khan of Pakistan,
captain of Pakistan,
has announced in the press that all efforts will be encouraged for the Pakistani government and the Pakistani National Cricket Board to sue the government of Jamaica for its treatment of the team during the so-called Wilmot investigation.
Well, I don't know that he has said. I think that what he's suggesting is that should happen, but I don't know. I'm not sure what ground there would be for such an action. I don't know. The fact that they were fingerprinting and whatever else the Pakistani team certainly seemed to have given the impression that attention was focused on them. But I don't know, they were leaving the country. And, but it turns out that, the man was not murdered. And Mr. Adams is suggesting that Mr. Shields should resign. But certainly he said that he would resign. He would have resigned.
Mr. Perkins, yesterday evening I was passing through the parish of St. Anne, and on a whimsy I decided to visit Claremont, where I have relatives. Mr. Perkins, all the talk was about this imposition of this young lady on the constituents of that area. They regarded Mr. Perkins as an insult, and they seem to mean it. The common talk going around, and I am writing you, sending you this fax in an effort to arrive at some truth, because I know you are a man with your ear to the ground. Can you confirm or deny that Miss Lisa Hanna only became a member of the PNP, a party member, less than 1 week ago?
I'm in no position to confirm it, but I did hear that she was not even a member of the party. So if
that was the common talk in the area, Mr. Perkins, and that seemed to enrage the people more than anything else, some of whom claimed that even their grandparents had been members of the party, and now they are being betrayed. Mr. Perkins, here's a letter I'm sending to the editor of a certain newspaper. Dear Mr. Editor, I'm sending a copy of this letter to Mr. Wilmot Perkins in case it is not printed. It concerns the inefficiencies and the people's confidence in Air Jamaica. We not only question the way the Air Jamaica bureaucrats mismanage the sale and the reports of the London operations to Virgin Atlantic, but we also think that this is typical of the general way the airline is being run, and why its unprofitability is demanding huge subsidies from the poor taxpayers of Jamaica every year. This illustrates that the Jamaican government is incapable of running anything it takes on, and why we have so much cost overruns and public company inefficiencies. The type of bureaucracy displayed in Air Jamaica and in the report on Jamaica not only tells us that it leaves us with a lot of suspicions about the heart of the matter and makes our confidence dwindle. We, the flying public and the taxpayers who retain the airline's viability, since it cannot even pay its own way. As you would say, Mr. Perkins, it cannot buy a gallon of gas to fly that plane without taking it out of the consolidated fund, which is maintained by us, the taxpayer. Judging from the tortuous manner in which a simple decision to sell to Virgin was made, and the way the truth was apparently doctored all the way, you can see why bureaucrats will be inept at making good and timely decisions. The amount of ministers and bureaucrats involved in making these decisions are far too much, and must be a serious disadvantage to the process. Airlines all over the world are now driven by aggressive market imperatives and not by politicians and bureaucrats preoccupied with other agendas. This is no way to run an airline in these times.
Well, I think Mr. Golding is right on that. He has called for an investigation into the Air Jamaica situation. And I think he's right.
Mr. Perkins,
we can't just carry on with Air Jamaica bleeding the country's money in that way.
Mr. Perkins, these recent incidents are indicating a growing trend towards violence at every level in the society. It is clear that there was some problem with the students at Brighton, one particular student, before this fatal incident. What could have been done, Mr. Perkins, by the Ministry of Education in the administration of this school and other schools where similar things have been occurring over the last 5 years or so, to make this student body and the teachers understand that we, the people, will no longer put up with our schools being run in this way and with our children behaving in this manner. Some discipline must be brought to bear upon the whole system, Mr. Perkins, and we must start with the top. Have you ever seen the Ministry of Education so badly run? Have you ever gone there to carry out any business, Mr. Perkins? It is one mess. Nobody knows what it is going on. Everybody is looking over their shoulders. Nobody will take a decision. Mr. Perkins, no wonder there is confusion, anger, and violence as the end product in the schools.
That is the Ministry of Education they're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Perkins, the most recent BBC report on the inner city gangs of St. James and Kingston, along with a Gleaner report last evening about 16 gunmen, AK-47s in hand, went on a rampage in Montego Bay. And you may get a glimpse of what the future of Jamaica is going to look like. The fact remains that Jamaica is impoverished. It is a third world country with a whole heap of corrupt, indisciplined, illiterate, vulgar and violent people who will shoot you in a heartbeat. Jamaica's problems are compounded substantially by the fact that we are of the black race, and most of the rest of the world could not give a damn if some crazy poor people who are strung out on drugs, as they see us, want to go about shooting themselves into eternity. As a matter of fact, the international merchants of war, along with the drug dealers, will gladly supply them with all the guns, ammunition, and cocaine they want to help them along their twisted path of oblivion. They talk about wanting to migrate, going back to Africa. Let them go. I know a lot of people abroad, non-Jamaicans, who would love if the whole of us would go away and leave this gorgeous and beautiful country, this jewel of God's eye. C'est la vie.
I don't think it's the fault of other people that we have all these guns here, or at any rate, people wishing to use guns. And if people wish enough to use guns, they will be able to find them. Okay, we take a break. We come back shortly.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time by the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
1:15.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Banks Limited, Southfield Square, St. Elizabeth, for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, More Parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi.
Am I on?
I haven't heard from you for the longest
hi,
time.
Mutty.
Eh?
Yes, you and God are the two hardest people to hear from.
Oh, is that so?
To reach directly. We have to use intermediary, and I don't have a nephew that can get on any time. Very hard to get your program, Mutty. Very
Is that
hard.
so?
And that's good for you. It shows how popular you are and
Well,
your
I
opinion.
don't know about that.
So that is it, and you are now in high gear for your campaign.
What campaign?
Well, that's what everybody's
What
saying.
campaign is that? You heard
Oh, your political campaign. Come on.
I'm involved in a political campaign.
Well, darling, don't you know you're good at it?
No, I don't know any
Remember
such...
your history.
I don't know any such thing.
Remember your history. When we started with the new beginning, you were supportive of the Labour Party in the 80s.
When was
If
that?
I'm wrong. I mean, my memory could be wrong.
When was that?
In the 80s, you were supportive of after we had to remove the PMP in the 80 election.
Oh.
You were very influential and very helpful.
Oh, is that so?
And it was for the best for Jamaica. We all agree, right? And then after you went into high gear in the 90s, if my history serves me right, with a new solution, with a new beginning and changing the Constitution as the way to go. You're entitled to your opinion. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not criticizing.
I was not involved.
You weren't one of the new beginnings?
No, I wasn't in the new beginning.
Oh, okay. It must have been another radio man.
You mixed me up with other people.
Another radio man.
Yes, I know another radio man who was involved. In fact, I think...
plumply on it. And then we moved on to, what Mr. Golding one was again? NDM. You were supportive of that.
Supportive of it?
Yes, you were. Hey, you're entitled to it. You don't have to deny it.
Yes, I don't know that I've ever sort of campaigned for any party. I say on this program all the time, and I believe it to be true, that I go where the facts lead me. And if the facts lead me to agree with what is being done on one side, well, fine, I'd have no objection to.
And you don't consider yourself a king or queen maker?
No, I don't.
Oh, all right.
No.
That's okay. You're entitled to that. And
it's remarkable how...
You are very influential.
It's remarkable how, you know, the Romans had a saying that, you know, times change and we change with them.
Do we?
Well, don't we?
Are you talking
I'm getting the impression.
I have straight talk. I don't know about
I get the impression that times have changed and you have changed with them.
Not at all.
No?
Not at all. I have my disappointments, and I'm very clear on that.
I see.
That if certain things had been done in 97, where leadership was of the right and firm kind, I don't think we would have been in this far along the road to where we are now.
I see.
Right? And then if in
what things you think should have been done?
2002, if things had also, we hadn't had this, well, we had a little makeup at that time. And that helped a bit, but then the rains came and the rest is history. So now we have a new leadership, and I'm hoping for the best.
You are?
But whoever wins...
You are hoping for the best?
Whoever wins, I'm too long in the tooth now to kill myself anymore. I wish for the best for Jamaica.
You wish for the best for the Jamaica?
For Jamaica.
And you will be
voting... come a long way.
You'll be voting for Jamaica?
Vote back again.
You'll be voting for Jamaica?
I'm voting as I see it. All right?
For Jamaica?
Yes.
Not for a party?
As I see it, I'm voting for Jamaica.
What
and I have my convictions, which I think is the right one, even though I had my disappointments. We didn't get in earlier to save the day. And the day is now long along.
I see.
But I always tell you my little theory, and I repeat it over and over. Jamaicans do not like leadership. They don't understand it.
Oh, they don't?
They can't take strong leadership which can correct things. They love Nancy stories and generalship.
Oh, is that so?
And the smart politician plays that game.
I
heard one this morning boosting a young lady over a certain program, and that's the epitome of a Nancyism. But that was a leadership role.
I see.
And he knew how to play the game.
I follow.
And he played it beautifully. But that's what Jamaica wants. So
well, mind you blaming people for the failures of or blaming the many for the failures of the few.
Well, as I say, there's no easy road to travel when you do public service. The older you get, you realize that.
I see.
And you have to do what you feel is right. You have to be firm. Some of us are too firm for our own good.
I see.
And we won't bend with the wind. Others bend so far back they nearly break.
But I thought you...
But those are the winners, the one who bend and twist.
I was identifying you with the People's National Party.
Me?
Yes.
No, sir.
No?
No.
Oh.
I am not firm and strong. I have my disappointments.
I see.
I went to a funeral of a very a young man, a gentleman who died recently. One of the councillors up here in Manchester, and very sad affair. And I remember the days when I'd been battering, begging money, begging to keep the JLP alive in Manchester, because it's very hard in Manchester.
Oh, you're no
definitely PMP country.
You're no longer involved in that.
I have done 40 years of getting on my knees and begging people, putting forward people, trying to raise funds. I've done more than my share.
I say you're no longer involved in that. You're retired.
I have not retired. I've taken a back seat. Because what I heard of this funeral, which I took my time to go to, was one of the supporters who I begged to come forward, and they're all coming out of NDM skins now and going into JLP suits. And they are now very helpful, which is good for the party. And they're jumping around, and one of them got up and gave a statement that in 93, a speech at a big funeral, in 93, they stopped supporting the Labour Party when Mr. Siaga lost the election because they felt that he could never win an election in Jamaica. So that's why they went on to mash it up further by going into an NDM mode. Another party, which took away the votes. Didn't make sense to me.
They didn't make sense to you.
But there you go. No, you don't divide and conquer. You divide and destroy.
But if a political party is incapable of winning power, winning office, then it's
in
not...
1993,
it's not going to be able to...
And then you went on to destroy it in 97.
They destroyed
common
it?
sense will tell you that don't make sense. If you're going to build up a new field, the reason of the disappointment in 93 of this group, who later become strong NDMs and continued to split the votes, was basically why it could not be won is not that Mr. Siaga didn't have the right makings, but the people of Jamaica would never accept, would not vote for him, because although he was the best leader and had the best ideas, and you'll live to see many of them coming true.
In whose opinion?
I think history will show you that.
Certainly not in the opinion of those who wouldn't vote for him.
But they love a Nancy. They love a Nancy. His biggest enemy is the Nancyism that is inherent in our thinking.
You know, Mom, the role of a leader, you see.
Why didn't you try it, Mutty? Why didn't you try it?
Try what?
Leadership.
No,
Political leadership.
No, I had no wish to go there.
Well, you didn't have it because, like me, you can't take the battery.
Well, I don't know.
I watched it firsthand.
I just never had any
don't have what it takes.
But look here, let me ask you. Let me point out something. The role of a leader, you see?
Is to have a lot of critics.
No, the leader is not a man who knows how to cross the river. Right? It is the man who, having crossed the river, finds himself surrounded by all the people who were with him on the other riverbank. Right? In other words, the man...
what about the scorpion?
The man who can cross...
What about the scorpion?
Hold on. The man who can cross the river, and having crossed the river, looks round and sees the people still on the bank that he had left. That's not leadership. Leadership,
no, let me give you another
leadership is the man who, as he
there.
moves forward, has the people with him.
All right. And you know how many times...
Hold on just a moment. Hold on.
Get more from your money with a Golden Egg deposit account from COK. It pays more than your regular bank account. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is...
1:30.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't let that stop you from do it. We said it best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
The following is a paid announcement by G2K. After struggling to find some money to pay for medical tests, a man has died after being transferred to the KPH where they could not find him a bed.
But 40,000 have to come up front before they can do no scam or anything. So I'm there to see him put down. Then I start look after him.
Man can't up on his deathbed. I have to take him to the hospital and him have to take $40,000 before you move the man for saving life. That rubbish man, Jamaica come.
Arrangements were made for the band to be transferred to the Kingston Public Hospital.
Unfortunately, there was no bed, and the patient's condition deteriorated quite rapidly.
Imagine the man dead cause they couldn't find him a bed. Boy, this your government, your pop down health care. As so PNP make poor people have to suffer. A time for a change.
The proceeding was a paid announcement by G2K.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited. 27 East Street, Old Harbour. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here.
Mutty,
Yeah.
I can't afford you. I'm on a line that is costing me a lot of money. I love you to death, but give me your philosophy another time when I can get an island line. But I don't name nephew, so I can't get on easy.
Okay.
Now, one quick thing I'd ask you to mention, my friend. First of all, remember the scorpion who got a ride across the river. And use that analogy when you're talking about being destroyed halfway over. And the next one I'm going to ask you. It's in the nature to sting. You never heard the story about the scorpion who got a ride from the fish on the river, going back to your river. And he jumped on the back. The fish offered him a ride to cross the river, and he would gladly accepted it. They're both in the middle of a river, and suddenly he stings the fish, and the fish in his dying breath says to him, "But why did you do that? I was doing something good for you." And you know what the scorpion said? "It's in my nature." All right? So remember that about crossing rivers. When they sting me in the middle of the river. But one thing, Mutty, we're having a power outage up here from morning at Mandeville. I think it may be island-wide. We're told it won't be back until after 4 o'clock if we can even put our pot on fire for that. I would love to send out and ask JPS and through your kind auspices to find out what the heck is happening. One of my staff was locked in our office with a automatic door and can't get out.
Are you serious?
I'm not serious. I'm not joking. And they said, about 10 other calls of that nature.
So the door can't...
You can't even get through. Nobody will answer.
The door can't be opened?
Can't be. We have to call a locksmith. I don't know if she's out yet. She and the customers are locked in there. But we have to call it. But this is what is happening. We started our power cuts from yesterday.
From last night, we had...
Right. Something is happening. Could you send out a SOS, and then when we'll talk longer again about our philosophies. I wish well to any and all who can take the rough course of politics.
Okay.
God love you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon,
Mr.
sir.
Perkins. Long time I don't give you a call, man.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, man. I listen to your program every day from time to time.
Anyway, what really happened is that I applied for a birth certificate from March. And they told me 5 weeks. And we are in June.
Yes.
I have made several checks with Trevinian Parkwood. Over there, they told me that they soon get in touch with me. A couple times there I went there, the security guard told me that the place is full. He can't let you no one inside there. Now, what's the position there? Because I don't know. They told you that 5 weeks and you should get this thing within a certain time. And you are talking about how many weeks gone, months now, and you're still not reaching anywhere.
Yes. And you paid for...
And you paid for it.
You paid for 5 weeks.
Pay for 5 weeks.
To have it delivered in 5 weeks.
Have it delivered in 5 weeks.
Yes.
Right?
Well, don't you pay taxes too?
I pay taxes.
And you pay taxes in the hope of getting services and facilities.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And are they doing those? Are they providing those?
They're not doing anything at all. The
I
service
see.
is very poor. I don't even call it service.
So it would seem that what you have is one aspect of a political problem you need to have in place. We need in this country to have governments that see themselves as being there to provide service to the people. Am I right?
Yeah, you're perfectly right.
Well, that is not happening. And,
no, that's not there.
And the RGD is no more than one.
Yeah, they're just there for
one
collect
aspect
money.
of that.
Right.
Right.
At any time you go by Trevinian Park Road, you can easily count about 25, 30 persons downstairs. The security guard told you that you can't let in no more persons upstairs because the place up there is full.
Yes.
People have to be there in the sun. Sometimes rain. I remember last week, sometimes the rain fall and people have to scramble for find a place of shelter. I stopped by this office in Portmore Pine. They told me that there's an office there. And when I go there this morning, there was no light. The lady told me that the system down because the system down. Now, I left a number with her to call me. And up until now, I haven't heard anything from her.
Yes.
I called the office several times. At one time, I get a lady. She told me that she will get back in touch with me. And I wait almost 1 hour. And nobody called.
Yes.
When I look on the receipt, you're looking at about 4 or 5 different numbers. The one on Trevinian Park Road. And believe you me, you could be waiting and listening for this call. You'll never get it. Now, something wrong.
Well,
I would like for you, Mr. Perkins, to get the person in charge of RGD and see if they could come in here and tell the public
we have had her on this program.
Get out of hand.
On a number of occasions, sir.
Right.
Right? But it is obvious what the problem is.
Right.
The problem is that the RGD, like so many government agencies, are more interested in getting your money
all you need to do is
than in providing you with a service.
Right.
Right?
The system, it really gone bad.
It is bad.
It's really bad. Really bad. I don't know what's the next move right now because when you go there, they told you that they will get in touch with you, leave a number, and they will call, and you never hear from them. And I know it's hundreds of persons having the same problem like what I have. Right? Because I've listened to your program from time to time, and I hear people call you. And this is not the place to call, The reason why I call and other person will call is because when you try the RGD, you're not getting anywhere.
Yes.
So that's why we resort to your program and call it.
Yes.
So I am asking you to see what you can do, right? If you want me to leave a number, I can do that also. Right?
Look, sir, we need more than that.
We need more than that because that's not going to put us anywhere now.
Because, there are hundreds of people, possibly thousands of people out there who are having this problem. Right?
Right.
And we need to take an approach, a different approach.
Right.
We need to get the RGD working in a way which will provide people with the service that they need. Right?
Right.
That is not happening.
No, that's not happening.
No. Therefore, we need to talk at the level of government.
Right.
It's a governmental problem.
Right. Yeah, definitely it's a governmental problem.
Right?
Right.
And we therefore need to say to the government, what are you doing about this? Why is it Why is it that the government has been, all these complaints have come in from almost every day?
Right.
We get at least
Every
one,
day I
if
hear
not
people
one
complain
more than,
about
and sometimes often more than one.
Right.
Right? And these complaints are coming day after day, week after week, month after month.
Right.
And the government,
They're not doing nothing.
is it that they're not aware of it, or is it that they don't give a damn?
I think they just don't care, Mr. Perkins. That's what I say. They just don't care.
Yes, well.
That's how it goes. It's like nothing at all. You know what I mean? Nothing
Yes.
happened. You know, you collect your money and that's it. They just
Well,
don't care about the...
You know, sir, if people can get what they want without giving you what you want, well, you blame them for not
Right.
doing it.
That's true.
Eh?
Yeah, that is true.
Well. All right, sir.
Yes. All right, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you very much.
Good, good, right.
Okay, hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Yes,
Something is bothering me here.
What is that?
Now, sometime last week, there was a mother asking for help. Now, as you know, the government has now put it out that they will give children from birth to 18 years old medical help free, right?
Yes.
You
well,
got that?
That's not true.
Well, they said that from birth.
I know they said it.
Okay, to 18. Now, this child of 12 years old has a cardiac problem, heart failure, and he needs an operation, which can be done at the University Hospital of the West Indies, right? Now, she has no money. The university cannot accommodate her except she pays. So they come out now to the lady. I can't blame her. She comes to the public now trying to get help to pay for the cost of the operation for her child. Now, I am saying if government has pledged to look after children's health from birth to 18, this child is 12. They said in their statement, they also said that the university is not included. The Children's Hospital, fine, and the other hospitals.
Yes.
But if the university is not included, don't they should take up the responsibility, the government, to look after the health of this child and not we, the public?
I should have thought so. The government should pay the cost of that surgery at the university.
Of course.
It should be prepared to do that.
So everything now is for us, poor struggling people, to pay.
Well,
it cannot work like that. What they need a ministry of local begging. So they can beg.
Of local what?
Begging. That's a ministry. So they can have that on their desk and they know who to target to beg from, maybe the big companies and so on. But you don't put that woman, allow her poor thing to go on the radio in tears, crying for help for her 12-year-old, and the government promised to help. That couldn't be right.
Well, the government has instituted this policy. It seems more as an election gimmick than anything else.
But can't people see that then? What is it?
I don't know, Mum.
You know, can't they see this is a 12-year... So what are you telling that child? No, what are you telling that child? Tell me.
Well,
away from the parent, no.
As far as the government is concerned, that child can die.
I think we have reached a sad...
For want of treatment?
Yes.
Right?
It is terrible, you know, Mr. Perkins. We won't even go into the other things that are happening.
Yes.
But this one really struck me.
And you know, Mum, the people who are poor and cannot afford that kind of treatment,
right,
are in that position substantially because the economic development of this country has been halted, right? And we don't have the investments that create a demand for labor, and therefore the opportunity for persons like the parents of their children to get jobs and to be involved in the productive process and to earn decent salaries from which they would be able to take care of the health of their children. Am I right?
Yes.
Hold on just a moment.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run Silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:46.
Due to a shortfall in generating capacity, some JPS customers in blocks E, H, and B may experience a disruption in service today, Thursday, June 7, between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. The parishes that are affected are St. James, St. Elizabeth, Portland, Kingston and St. Andrew, St. Anne, Westmoreland, and St. Catherine. JPS apologizes for any inconvenience caused and advises that the company is working to restore supply in the shortest possible time. For more information, please contact the Customer Care Center at 1-888-225-5577.
Yes! Jamaica Popular Song Evolution Tour. Logie, the 10 finalists are coming to your parish. See them live and vote for the favorite. First up, Wolaba on Saturday, May 26th. Then Clarendon on Saturday, June 2nd. And Hanover on Friday, June 8th. The Evolution Show free. Make sure that they're there. Brought to you by Digital, the official mobile network for Festival 2K7. Tastes, TVM TV, Jamaica Trade and Invest, and the PSDP. Jamaica Observer, RETV, X News. Check out the Observer for details. Jamaica Festival 2K7, take it to another level. Deeper to that. Yo!
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Education's important to me. From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotia Bank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today. This is a message from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health centre by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The Programme of Advancement through Health and Education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins, I'm not going to keep up your time.
That's all right.
But this really bothers me because when I see how the poor are treated, you know, I am not politically inclined, but I'm inclined for the rights of people, whether you will be black, white, rich, or poor. And I think this is injustice. I thank you very much,
okay, Mom.
And you keep up the good work.
What is particularly interesting is that it is happening under the rule of those who say they love the poor?
I can't understand. I can't understand that.
Yes,
something is wrong with our people too, you know,
well,
because they're not understanding nothing. So what are we going to do?
Well, I don't know. Suffer the consequences of misunderstanding.
Yes, and I tell you something. When there's nothing so frightening than when ignorance is in action.
Well.
All right?
Okay. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Hello? Hello?
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Oh, not bad, and you?
Not too bad. How are things in Southwest?
No, man, I hear you mixing up the constituency talking about Southwest. It's really Southeast.
Southeast?
Yeah, man. That's my constituency.
Oh, Southeast?
Yeah, man.
Southeast?
Yeah.
Northeast is the other one in the
Southwest is Ernest Smith.
Southwest is Ernest Smith?
Yeah.
I see.
And Northeast is Shiny Robinson.
So this is
Southeast.
Southeast.
Right in the middle between those two.
So what is it that you are doing there to make trouble for my comrade friends?
Anyhow, before I go to that, I would like to deal with a few points. I hear Mrs. Anderson telling you not too long ago that the Jamaican people love journalism and talking about Anansiism. But the Anansiism is being perpetrated by the person that took over that she says she figured come a little bit too late. That she is supportive of. Because she was applying some fancy footwork, but she was no better than Mr. Libby Smith the other day. When you asked him about the judgment switching allegiance. Earlier before 12 o'clock, you had a Mr. Cunningham there who said that he met in an accident with his bicycle.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, man, he dropped in a pothole somewhere in my constituency some year back. But he was telling us about the performance of the Council for Volunteer Citizens or something like that. Same was covering up for them.
Yes.
But I'm glad him see the light and come out now and talk the truth. Because some time back I hear him say that some PMP same was following me. But now that him see the light, it's good to know that him speaking up.
I see.
Anyhow, over the weekend I heard the Prime Minister down in Montego Bay at Sam Sharp Square saying that when she saw the crowd, she just have a feeling to announce the date tonight. But it's the second time I hear her with that gimmickry, you know. Because she know that she's in no position to fly any gate.
Why?
No, because she can't win. She won't mind if the clock stick on tomorrow never comes, so that election will never be called in Jamaica.
Why do you think so? Why do you think so?
You hear Mr. Buchanan said the PNP going to win 58 seats.
Well?
That is only Mr. Golding and Babs Green going to win.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, man, but I thought Mr. Buchanan was a sensible man. I never knew he was a half idiot.
Mr. Buchanan said that?
Yeah, man, I would have expected.
Well, maybe.
I would expect him to say PNP was going to win all 60.
Maybe he has good reason for saying it.
Maybe him and Mr. Finn know something when the people then go and leave their home to vote for GLP and the ballot turn up as PNP.
Tell me something on that score. Can you tell me why it is that the Gleaner decided to give a regular column to Mr. Finn?
Well, the Gleaner is
have you been reading his column?
Yeah, man, but he not talk nothing about the prediction and in team of workers of campaigners that went into the constituencies to predict seat by seat.
Oh, that has been going on?
No, then Mr. Finn did have that in prediction, you know. Written by Mark Dawes from last year. But you see, the Gleaner is an arm of the People's National Party.
Where you get that from?
Yeah, man, then you're the chairman of the Gleaner Company say Omar is the greatest finance minister Jamaica.
Well, he said that a long time ago.
But
and he has had a lot of time in which to change his mind.
Then if they go for the St. Lucian PNP polls and come out with bogus poll every day, what do you expect from them? Look at the one in yesterday's paper. Are you planning to watch or listen to the debate by the political leaders? 77% say yes, 14% say no, and 9% say don't know. But the interesting one now is, who do you think will win the debate? Bruce Golding or Portia Simpson Miller? Simpson Miller 35, Golding 30, don't know 35%. Source Bill Johnson poll, May 2007. So it would mean that these people that they interview, they've never heard about Sheriff Night.
Sheriff Night?
Yeah, man.
What is Sheriff Night?
You remember KD Night usually go around, you don't want big hat with one piece of sticks and key and say name the sheriff. And what Mr. Knight said about the Prime Minister, that the Prime Minister can't think on her feet, them have to give her paper 3 hours in advance to study. So if Mr. Knight said that, what kind of debate can the Prime Minister compete against?
Well, maybe Mr. Knight doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, man,
maybe the Prime Minister... Maybe the Prime Minister is a brilliant debater.
No, man, I trust Mr. Knight more than the Prime Minister.
Yes?
You remember Mr. Knight did say in Garbrad and they asked him who are the candidates aspiring for the People's National Party. And him say we have Dr. Peter Phillips, Dr. Homer Davis, Dr. Blight, medical doctor, and in top. You never hear him? You know we was referring to as Po.
And what?
Po.
Puff?
Po. P-O.
Po.
Po. You know when somebody say Po, then means anything important.
Yes.
That is what Mr. Knight did say, you know.
Oh, I see.
Anyhow, you were asking about Southeast Centre. And all do a dog doing business in a push fight. I have a question for the Prime Minister. Because in that meeting on Monday night, in yesterday's Gleaner, they say could hardly contain anger. And they quoted the Prime Minister saying if the party should lose Southeast Centre and the election as a result, the wrath of the country will come down on Southeast Centre.
Yes, indeed. I wonder what that means.
I want to know what it means because the country involves everybody. So she must state what she means by that. If the wrath of the
well, it certainly wouldn't be the wrath of those who are supporting the GLP.
So I want to know if it's the wrath of the PNP going to come down and do a PNP
that can only be what it means.
That destabilized and brought about your demise.
But you better be careful how you come onto this program saying the things that you're saying, you know, sir.
Why?
Because the wrath of the country might come down upon you.
Because remember, say, if the Prime Minister did feel, you know, did she feel, you know? If the Prime Minister said at one time that if she feel, is not she feel.
Yes.
It's the country, because she appointed by God.
Well, it makes
I want to know God come in and
it makes me very fearful.
About the wrath and Southeast.
It makes me very fearful to hear these things because I wonder whether the wrath of the country might come down upon me.
And I wonder if it's the wrath of Reverend Finn. I wonder if it's the wrath of Reverend Finn.
All that?
I remember saying it predict your demise, you know, about Dovecote.
Oh, he did?
You remember?
Well, you see.
Interesting times are ahead, you know.
You never can tell. The wrath of the country might come down upon me.
But you see, with Southeast Centre now and the new candidate, the Prime Minister has charisma.
Yes.
But it looks like charisma is not working, so they say bring beauty. So they also mix charisma, beauty, then they need brain. But after 18 years, the people don't see brains at work in order to improve their economic lot. So the demise of the PNP is at hand.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, man, and all the Gleaner and the little bogus Bill Johnson. And PNP bogus poll and Tony Myers said he bogus one day. That him come in the Sunday Herald. Wait every Sunday. They can prepare for the political beating. If they decide to call it the 27th of December.
You don't know that is so.
Oh, you mean I don't know?
The people love Sister P.
No, man.
The people love Mama P.
She say everywhere she go there say Mama come. But your friend is good while, you know.
Who is that?
Baba Tunde.
No, I haven't heard him for quite some time.
He called you sometime back and you couldn't pick him up, you know, because him same was the advisor and policy for Team Porsche. But you know what he did say when he come to my constituency, when they were selecting the leader of the PNP and he came with Team Porsche?
What?
Him say, I am Dr. Winston Witter. And one member in the congregation near to the platform say, which hospital you practice? And he take the mic and knock it down on the podium and walk away and say, I don't talk.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, man. I was there in a vehicle, but they never see me, you know. So I heard everything there that they said.
I follow you.
And you remember your friend did call you and say her phone card run out and she was going to buy a card for $3,000 and return to call you. But she never get to come back.
Yes.
You know who was that?
Who?
Christine Hewitt.
Oh?
You remember there when she called you?
Oh, that was a long time ago, yes.
You know what she did say at that same meeting too?
What?
Give the people what they want. The people want Portia Simpson Miller because Portia will get PNP vote, GLP vote, Christian vote, Rasta vote, and Duppy vote.
Well, it looks like you and your party are in trouble. We take a break. We'll be back shortly.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, great to value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:01.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Forres. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. Now for today's weather brief. There's a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. This afternoon, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions. In our 3-day outlook, Friday will be mainly sunny. On Saturday, look for partly cloudy conditions during the afternoon. And on Sunday, expect scattered showers with isolated afternoon thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica. Today's weather brief was brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The double zinger is back. Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy double zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue double zinger. The double zinger sandwich. I got take some heating. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Due to a shortfall in generating capacity, some JPS customers in blocks E, H, and B may experience a disruption in service today, Thursday, June 7, between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. The parishes that are affected are St. James, St. Elizabeth, Portland, Kingston and St. Andrew, St. Anne, Westmoreland, and St. Catherine. JPS apologizes for any inconvenience caused and advises that the company is working to restore supply in the shortest possible time. For more information, please contact the Customer Care Center at 1-888-225-5577.
Versan Educational Services is the best in college counseling and preparation for exams. GRE, GMAT, SAT, LSAT, SSAT, MCAT, TOEFL, and DAT. If you want the best results, register now. Versan Educational Services, located at 134 Constant Spring Road. Call 755-2187. Shop 17 Island Plaza, Ocherias, and Shop 39 Overton Plaza, Montego Bay. For success in going overseas to study, call Versan today. Now registering for 2008. Classes start July 7. Business Online is brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families.
Good afternoon. I'm Orville Johnson from Today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online. Latest data released by the Bank of Jamaica show that the net international reserves, the NIR, shrunk by $40.14 million during the month of May. The NIR currently stands at $2.25 billion. This NIR is sufficient to purchase up to 18 weeks of goods and services imports. The UK has held its interest rate at 5.5%. Decision to freeze interest rates has been expected to give the bank time to assess the impact of recent rate rises. Since last August, the UK has increased rates 4 times in an attempt to cool inflation. However, with price growth still growing strong, analysts believe a further rise to 5.75% is expected before the end of the year. There is strong demand for the greenback today, causing the Jamaica dollar to weaken further by 5 cents amid low supplies. The dollar closed trading at $68.35 Jamaican for each US dollar in the Cambio market. The losers outnumbered the winners on the stock market today. Of the 25 stocks which traded, 6 advanced, 12 declined, and 7 traded firm. Market volume was 5.8 million units, dominated by Supreme Ventures. The volumes continue to be moderate, and the leader today was the Gleaner Company, up 3.2% to close at $1.60, while the main loser was RJR, up 12.3% to close at $3.05. The JC Index declined by 300.20 points to close at 89,419.31 points. Our advice is brought to you today by GSB Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Let's examine a disciplined approach to savings and investments. Start with a positive attitude to managing your wealth and adopt a disciplined approach to saving and investing your money. Find a saving or investment plan that will allow you to deduct an amount of money from your salary each month. This is a disciplined way of saving. You'll never miss it. The money comes out of your paycheck before you receive it in your hand, where there's a greater temptation to spend it all. Keep at least 2 separate accounts where your salary can be directly deposited. One account for your regular cash flow needs and another account for your future investment needs. The GSB Cooperative Credit Union can assist you to save and invest wisely. They encourage salary deductions to your account with no hassle to you. For further information, please contact the GSB Cooperative Credit Union at 922-196024 or email them at ccentergsbcu.com. Or visit any one of their branches at 20 Dominica Drive in New Kingston or 10 East Avenue in Kingston Gardens. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need advice, you can call us at 978-6262 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6. Or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com. You may also check our website at www.todaysmoneylimited.com for further business news. Join me again tomorrow for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson, wishing you a pleasant afternoon.
Business Online was brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families. GSB Cooperative Credit Union, this is your loans officer. How may I help you?
I need a loan for my daughter's university fees, but everywhere I call wants security, and I don't have any.
Then GSB's Unsecured Educator Supreme is for you.
So what about a car loan?
We're here for you with loans for just about everything. Motor Plus for your new car, GSB Shelter for a home, Pay One to consolidate your debt, easy access and more, all paid through payroll deduction.
Wow, it's that easy.
GSB Cooperative Credit Union.
Transforming your life.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Hello?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, Senator Floyd Morris here.
Oh, welcome, Senator. To what do you owe the privilege of your company?
Well, I am privileged to be on your program.
Oh, come on, don't give me that.
I'm just calling because I was told that there was a gentleman who called earlier.
Oh, yes.
About some difficulties that he has been having.
Immense difficulties.
Some letters that he wrote to me.
Yes.
And that letter was read on air.
Uh-huh.
And I decided that I was going to call because up to now I'm at loss as to the content of the letter.
Well, he really was concerned about he's a person who he has lost a leg in an accident when he was a boy.
Uh-huh.
A truck ran off the road and hit him, pinned him onto a thing, and he lost his leg.
Yes.
He was, in a coma for something like 3 months and so on. Now that he has come back, he sounds to me a highly literate, very well spoken. He uses the English language with great precision.
He's a poet and all. I know of him very well.
You know of him very well.
I know of him very well.
Oh yes, and he made a big laugh at your ministry's commitment to embracing the people with open arms. They embracing the persons who, what do you call them? The disabled persons.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Well, I tell you, Mr. Perkins, because, I cannot question the government and the ministry's commitment to developing and empowering persons with disabilities. There are a number of things that we have done. There are a number of challenges that we have experienced. I got a letter from him because I was overseas on official visit. And when I went to the office on Monday, I got that letter from him. So I gave my instruction to my secretary to respond to the letter. But at the same time, I happen to know that the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities have been in dialogue with him and have offered different types of assistance to him. He was a student at the Runaway Bay Heart Academy, and there is another side to what happened between him and the school that he was a part of. So that is something that I don't want to bring that out in the public domain, but there is...
But you mentioned it. Well, so why mention it?
Well, there is always two sides to every story, But the fact of the matter is that when you look at the content of the letter and the various initiatives that we have been working on in the ministry to try and assist persons with disability, he has been very skeptical of them, and sometimes
possibly with justification.
Well,
hold on just a moment for me.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're opened 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Sunday, June 10, between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. in the following areas of St. Andrew: sections of Old Hope Road between Scientific Research Council and KFC and all roads leading off, sections of Hope Gardens, College Green, Palmetto Avenue and all roads leading off, Daisy Avenue, Arilla Avenue, sections of Blue Castle Drive and all roads leading off, and sections of Gordon Boulevard. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That is 1-888-225-5577.
Paul, you know how me always tell you about the super value specials at Wendy's?
Yes,
well, now them
Oliver.
have 4 different meals, only $195 each.
Do they?
Them have the double stack cheeseburger, the cheeseburger deluxe, the 5-piece chicken nuggets, and now the new crispy chicken sandwich, all served with a small fries and a 16-ounce soda. Each one of them scrumptious, and each only $195.
Good value.
And the best value in town. Wendy's, same high quality and variety at a low, low price.
The super value specials, $195 at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
May we see you at Wendy's?
Tired of living from paycheck to paycheck? Team with Incorporated Business Builders. They unlock your potential and increase your earning power with their proven business building concept. For details, email incorporatedbb@yahoo.com or visit www.incorporatedbb.com.
The following is a paid announcement by G2K.
After struggling to find some money to pay for medical tests, a man has died after being transferred to the KPH where they could not find him a bed.
But 40,000 have to come up front before they can do no scam or anything. So I'm there to see him put down. Then I start look after him.
Man can't up on his deathbed. And you have to take him to the hospital and him have to take $40,000 before you move the man for saving life. That rubbish man, Jamaica come.
Arrangements were made for the man to be transferred to the Kingston Public Hospital.
Unfortunately, there was no bed, and the patient's condition deteriorated quite rapidly.
Imagine the man dead cause they couldn't find him a bed. Boy, this your government, your pop down health care. As so PNP make poor people have to suffer. A time for a change.
The proceeding was a paid announcement by G2K.
This is a message from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health centre by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The Programme of Advancement through Health and Education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you, Senator.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I just want to say, Mr. Perkins, that, I understand some of the frustration that different individuals who have a disability might experience from time to time, because what has happened is that for years, persons with disabilities have been really marginalized in the Jamaican society. And
has that changed? Has that changed at all?
Pardon me?
Has that changed at all?
Well, it has not changed totally, but it is changing in terms of how people perceive persons with disabilities, and that is one of the
in terms
reasons.
of perception.
Perception and also in terms of reality. I mean, there is a number of disabled persons who have been making moves to get empowerment, advancing themselves through different educational institutions. Have been, in fact, doing.
But he's talking about. Well, I tell you what. I gather we have him on online, Senator.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Young man.
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes. Senator Morris is on.
Yes, I heard that. Yes, Senator?
Yes, hello.
Okay, yes, I'm Dwight Campbell, and I hear the discussion you're having with Mr. Perkins. You're saying that things have changed. Is that what you're saying? Things have changed for the better for the disabled?
No, I never said that. I said that there are changes that are being made in the society in terms of how people perceive persons with disabilities, and in some cases there are individuals with a disability that have made significant progress and strides in the society. I mean, taking opportunities in various educational institutions.
Right.
I have no doubt about. Yes, sir.
Things have changed. There are changes, but things have not changed.
Well, yes, I understand that very well. Senator, whereas, I mean, I understand what you're saying about persons, a few individuals there. I'm sure there are a few individuals who have done well. You are one of such. But for the vast majority of us have not benefited from that change that you're talking about. We're still having, and it has nothing to do with people's perception either. What I am talking about is opportunities. How much opportunities are available for disabled persons in terms of working and being able to.
Well, I can tell you.
Yes.
Since you say that it has nothing to do with perception, I have when we had some training for persons with disability in the field of information technology, we decided as a government that we were going to make an allocation for companies who were involved in IT to come forward and get some assistance to purchase software for various disabled groupings so that they could be employed in their companies. I had a meeting with some of those stakeholders, and they came and they expressed their enthusiasm about the software that was available, and not one of them came back to employ anybody with a disability. Right? And it has to do with the perception that people have of persons with disability. They believe that by and large we should stay home. That is the perception, and that perception has to change, and that is why we have launched this public education program in terms of sensitizing the public to let them understand that persons with disabilities can perform just as anybody else in this society. Okay. And until that perception is changed, we are going to have the challenges that you are experiencing.
Okay, I hear you, Senator, but might I point something out to you? The government itself has that perception. I mean, has that feeling about our staying home. Because I've applied to government agencies so many times, and I get turned down based on the fact that I am disabled, just the same. And the question that I asked in my letter, the letter that I faxed to you recently, was just that. If you will not employ us, why should they employ us? Because you are not setting the government is not setting.
I will put it to you.
Yes.
That the vast majority of persons who are employed, disabled persons who are employed now,
yes,
are individuals who are employed in the public sector, and that is a fact. Yes, absolutely. I have the information at my disposal. These are when you go to when you look at we provide income tax exemption for those persons who are disabled. They don't pay income tax.
Yes, I know all about that.
And when you look at those individuals who are employed, they are employed in the public health sector. They are employed in the police force. You know, they are in the education system. This is what has happened. The private sector, which is supposed to be the major engine of growth, has not come on board to employ persons with disabilities, and there is where the challenge lies. That is why we are forging partnership now with the Spanish Jamaica Foundation to try and break into the hotel sector to see how many disabled persons we can get employed there. And that is an initiative that when we look at the amount of disabled persons that are trained and can take up the opportunities in that sector, it's a very limited amount, you know. My battery on my phone is running out. I'm traveling well in the country.
But Senator, let me ask you something before you go, though. You mentioned trying to arrange for persons to be employed in the hotel sector, and recently you signed an agreement with the ambassador of Spain concerning Bahia. But then
it's not just one hotel.
I'm talking about Bahia because I'm in that area. I live just about a mile up the road from Bahia. So where is that agreement? I mean, what will happen now? Because after the agreement was signed, as I noticed, JCPD still going and meeting with Heart NT trying. I don't know what the discussion is about.
Because everything, there has to be a process in terms of how everything goes.
I understand that, Senator, but what happens to us in the meantime while that process is going on? We're still unemployed and, not being able to take care of our responsibilities and all that.
In signing that MOU with the Spanish Jamaica Foundation, they outlined to us certain mechanism that has to put in place. And that is the reason why JCPD is liaising with Heart, that is doing the recruitment for the Spanish hotel, to make sure that those individuals who are recruited are trained, have the correct aptitude towards work, because not because you have a disability mean that people are going to sympathize with you and just give you a job. You have to go there and you have to produce, and you have to be an ambassador for the disabled community. And that is why we are making sure that the necessary mechanisms are put in place so that we recruit the proper individuals for these hotels.
And when is this likely to have any effect upon the lives of people like Dwight?
Well, I know that, based on the last meeting that they had, they told me, JCPD told me that some 18 persons were taken by Heart to be given the preliminary training to go into the hotels. I haven't spoken to them this week to see where they are with that.
Okay, Senator, I would like to challenge that. I was at the meeting between the council and Heart. I was in St. Anne's Bay at the meeting, and nothing of the sort happened. There was, from what I got...
You're telling me that Heart never took any resume for anybody to train them and to...
As a matter of fact, I was the only disabled person there apart from the three representatives from the council.
The persons never had to be physically there, do I?
No, but what I'm saying is that after the meeting was over, I questioned both the persons from the council and the gentleman, the regional manager, and I got nothing out of them in terms of where they got to in terms of an agreement. So
did they take your particulars?
No, they didn't.
Oh.
Did not for it.
What skill sets do you have, Dwight?
Skill sets?
Yeah. What skill do you have?
Well, basically, it's okay. I have a bunch of subjects I did. I have experience with clerical work. I have an accounting background, and well, that's basically it.
because you
look here, gentlemen, I'm sorry, I'm out of time, eh?
But
I'd love to continue this discussion another day. Minister, is that possible?
Yes.
Okay.
Certainly. Well, tomorrow is Senate, but on Monday it's possible.
All right, okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. Dwight, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, that brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back, hopefully, tomorrow. Coming from Treasure Beach. We're looking forward to that. We look forward to your company. Until then, so long.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on Power 106. Join us again tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for yet another edition of Perkins Online.